What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, January 28th, 2026. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, a surprise portal pickup for the Texas Longhorns. We will discuss the Longhorns' newest offensive lineman and the big question surrounding Lawrence Seymour. That's coming up. Plus, Texas basketball back at it tonight at Auburn. Can the Horns pick up another big win? We've got some wild stories out of the NFL, some coaching hirings, some coaching firings. Mike McCarthy introduced in Pittsburgh, and Bill Belichick apparently not getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. We'll talk about that, the latest college football headlines from around the country, and an elite moment on the Paul Finebaum show yesterday, plus a couple of videos of folks trying to drive around Central Texas these last few days that did not have a great time. So a lot of sports and a lot of fun to get to on a hump day edition of the program. Back to school for some of you, back to work for some of you. We appreciate some of you being back to Bucky and BK. How are you this morning, my man?
I am fantastic, man. It's sun's going to come up, and you'll see it in my face. You'll have to tell me to close the blinds, but I got to see the sunrise. It's yesterday we had a little bit of sun and did a lot of melting of my driveway, but I spent most of the day outside with a shovel, actually doing what I used to do as a kid, shoveling out snow. But this was ice. My garage opened up, and where the house and the roof comes, a lot of times the water will come off of that from all that snow. I keep calling it snow, but it was just more ice than anything melting, and then being in the driveway. So I had to get out of here. And for me, there's a little spot where I back up and turn around and go forward. And people have those things on your car to guide you in the back, not having to turn around. Well, I'm not comfortable with that, so I always have to turn around, and it's hard for me to do that. So I had to back out of my driveway yesterday with the big gate, and I'm horrified. And my driveway is kind of hinky. It's not kind of flat. It's kind of a little angled, and it's really weird getting in and out of there. So I backed out, but I spent a lot of time shoveling like an old man back east.
Shoveling ice?
Shoveling ice, dude. And I was there for a long time. My wife was there. My wife is as sore as can be today. And I tried to tell her, I said, guess what? Welcome to my world. This is how I feel every morning. I said, this is how I wake up like you feel today. Because I know that feeling of when you get out there and shovel, if you've been through a bunch of snow and every morning you have to shovel your way out of something, that feeling that you have, it's like lifting weights for the first time in 6 months and then waiting another 6 months to do it. It's like everything is sore. I said, but she told me everything is sore. I said, well, that's how I get up in the morning, every morning.
You couldn't just wait another day for all the ice to melt?
Got to get to places. Got to get out of here early. I don't. I have an appointment today, and it's really not till 1:30. I can wait till then, and it'll all be gone, or I can just back out of there, and hopefully by 11 o'clock, all this is gone. I think we're supposed to be in the 50s today.
We are.
Yeah, that should do it. That should do the madness should be over. And I went out yesterday, and I met you yesterday, but for some of you F-150 guys, not everybody has a truck like you. So when you get 2 inches off of people's bumpers that just got kind of regular cars and we're just trying to get to places, we're going okay. If you're in such a rush, if you want to just go around and slide on the ice and be in the ditch, because I saw about 4 cars, BK, out where I live, still in ditches. I mean, it's just a mess. But you get some guys that they just got to get to where they got to get to. I'm like, I'm slowing up. If you want to go around me, you go ahead. If not, I'm going to do my 25, 30. That's about it. I can't go any faster. I don't want to hit the ice and end up in the ditch myself. Because if I end up in the ditch, that's it.
So you were getting tailed yesterday.
I got tailed a little bit. I wasn't very happy about that. But
these on 2-lane highways, or we're talking
these are back roads. These are back out here where I live.
Got you. All right.
Oh, the 2-lane highways, they're going. Hey, they don't care. They're back up 65, 70. It doesn't matter. You get on 290 or 71, even if there's an ice patch, nobody cares.
Oh man. Yeah.
But you go to the back row where there's shade or from oak trees hanging out.
Right.
And there's some spots that, all of a sudden you can't hit the brake because you start spinning around, you'll be in the other lane. So you want to go across that evenly without braking or whatever. So you want to keep a speed at a certain distance. But everybody's in a rush. I mean, it's just like, good Lord.
Part of me thinks you're soft for going that
No.
slow, but then I think of some of the clips that I've seen on social media these last few days of people trying to drive around here, and you're just being safe. It's probably smart.
Yeah, I mean, you get stuck in your car, and people if they don't want to help you, they just drive right by you. You're sitting there for hours, and you're freezing in your car. Hey, you can't get out and walk those roads.
Yeah. Better to be safe than sorry than not safe.
I try to go the main roads. Even if it take me 10, 15 minutes longer, I get on the main, Highway 12 all the way to 290 or all the way to 71. I went through a housing development where I know that those people are going to pay to have that road clear. There ain't going to be any ice, and there wasn't. It was all clean and clear. So I went there the shortcut and then got onto Hamilton Pool Road and then got to 290. I mean, once you got to the main deals, it was fine.
Yeah. All right.
No complaints. I've been in this. I've been in these. I mean, I've been in snowstorms. I've been in the worst has been in the fog in Maine where I couldn't see 15 feet in front of me. And you got to keep going because if you pull over, that's when somebody crashes into you. Because they're all trying to pull over somewhere. You pick a spot, they're going to pick it too, and they're going to run right into you. Fog is worse to me.
Yeah, you would think a guy from the Northeast would be able to handle these roads a little bit better than you, but
no. I handle it. I'm like I said, I'm going at a certain speed. I'm not in a rush to be in a ditch. Why should I do that? It's like turn around, don't drown. I'm not going to go through 4 feet of water when they tell you 2 inches of water is going to make your car move. Okay, well then I'm not going to do it. I'll go around. So I'm not going to go 40 in a 20. I'm not going 45 across the ice thinking, oh, you've done this before. Shit, no, I'm not going to do that.
That's good. Good for you.
Yeah, but I'm glad to get out. I'll be out today. And we all should be. I saw Bucky go by, so.
Oh, yeah, the kids are back at school.
Good. It's Wednesday.
You got a tip for kids today? You didn't have one yesterday because the kids were home.
Hey, it's the new year. Let's get back to washing our filthy hands, okay? I didn't give you that. I told you I'd give you that in the new year eventually. Wash your hands. It's the flu and cold season for some. It's not the flu season for me, but for some, it is the flu season. And for those allergy sufferers, I hope this got rid of a bunch of your allergies. I really do. All this stuff in the trees that hopefully died out. And all you bug lovers out there, hope this freeze got rid of your. Oh, by the way, speaking of that, I got buzzed last night in my room.
What does that mean?
Mosquito buzz in my ear. Bzz. I'm like, what in the hell? Well, I got a holdover hanging up in the curtain somewhere, something waiting to dive bomb me at 3 o'clock this morning. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Smart bug. Had to get inside to avoid the freeze.
Yeah, got inside, is hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it. New sheets on the bed. I'll be running around that bedroom with spray today.
Oh, you didn't get them.
I didn't get them. I slapped myself in the head, slapped myself in the side of the head. That's all I got was when it was whack right across the head. All right, so we got an offensive lineman.
Yeah, well, how about the soldier shout out before we dive in?
Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. Come rain or shine, we do appreciate it. We appreciate your families sharing all of you with all of us. And please, to all of you out there, EMS workers, nurses, doctors, police officers, folks going back to work, kids going to school, be careful wherever you are. There are still some slick spots, and just don't think you're a figure skater. Don't go across it. Go around it. Don't play games and hurt yourself today. It's not the day to end up at the hospital. Be careful.
There's never a good day to end up at the hospital.
No, but, just getting back thinking, or a spot where you said, I don't have to go across it. You say, oh, I can make it. Don't even do it.
Yeah, I like that advice right there.
Try to be a figure skater.
All right. By the way, Bucky and I will have some news about our future tomorrow morning. So hopefully you're locked in all week long to this show and every show in the final week of Texas Sports Unfiltered. But
my wife said she saw some messages that said, I'm crying right now. You guys are going and there's no news about anything else. So
there will be news about something
There
else,
you go.
and we're excited about it. And we think y'all will be excited about it too. Just bear with us, stand by us, and we'll keep you abreast. It's a good word right there, abreast.
Yes, indeed.
That's going on. All right, Buck. Texas football. You mentioned it. The Longhorns have signed another offensive lineman from the transfer portal. This one came out of nowhere. Former Western Kentucky guard Lawrence Seymour, a.k.a. Big Baby. How's that for a nickname, Buck?
Okay, I like nicknames. That's good.
Big Baby has signed with Texas. 6'2", 320-pound guard.
Ooh.
To call this guy a journeyman would be an understatement. He started
where has he journeyed? Where's those journeys been?
I started at Miami.
Okay.
So, to get a scholarship offer from the U at a high school, that means you got a little juice to your game.
Yeah, you do.
Spent 2 years at Miami. Then he transferred to Akron, spent 2 years there, and then spent this past season at Western Kentucky.
All right, they throw the ball a lot, yeah.
Now he is finishing his career at Texas. He started playing college football in 2021. And again, 2 years at Miami, 2 years at Akron, 1 year at Western Kentucky. So he already has 5 years.
All right, so he's got 3 years left. That's cool.
Well, this is the one sort of hold up here. And we'll talk more about Lawrence Seymour, the player, in a moment. We're going to try to be positive and optimistic, and we'll get to the assumption that, okay, things are going to be good to go, and he will be a part of the Texas football team in 2026.
Oh, there sounds like there's a but. There's a but in here?
There's a but in here because there is a question about whether or not Lawrence Seymour has another year of eligibility.
You mean, are you saying there's an eligibility problem or is there an academic problem?
I think it's more of an eligibility problem.
Okay.
So from what I've been told, if Lawrence Seymour has his eligibility waiver approved, he's not going to get here until the summer. Like, regardless of what happens, he is finishing his undergraduate degree at Western Kentucky this semester. Okay. So, we're curious, okay, since we've passed the deadline to when you need to enroll in spring semester classes at Texas.
Oh, we're doing a school thing here now.
Well, he's got to finish his last semester of school at Western Kentucky. So Texas isn't going to play that game, I guess. But yeah, he would not get here for the winter. He would not be here for spring practice. If, again,
for fall camp.
Yeah, if he gets his eligibility waiver approved, then he'll come here in the summertime. He'll be here for some summer stuff. And then most importantly, he'll be here for training camp of the fall and obviously the season that starts in September. But as of now, we are not 100% certain that Lawrence Seymour can play for the University of Texas. Now, I think the Longhorns feel good about this.
I'll give that a 70% chance.
Where are you getting that number?
Is that not a good number?
Well, I just don't know. Like, do you have any insight on this?
No, I just feel like that's probably a 70% chance that they can get that done. It is NCAA football, remember?
Right. I mean, obviously, there's
lean on the side that they can get it done more so than, no, it's just not going to happen.
I hope, I don't know all of the ins and outs of Lawrence Seymour's situation. I mean, there's a number of these eligibility arguments happening around the country. Obviously, Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss, he's the biggest name player fighting for an extra year. And his situation's a little bit different. I think every situation's a little bit different. But, yeah, I mean, it feels like typically the NCAA errs on the side of giving guys more playing time. But, again, until this thing is confirmed, we don't know for sure if Lawrence Seymour is going to be eligible. Now, he has signed with Texas. So if his waiver is approved, he's going to play at Texas. This is not he could actually change his mind and go. So, no, like if he is cleared to play, he will be on the Longhorns roster this fall. But again,
all his records are being sent here. They're not being sent to Florida or Georgia or any place else.
Right. So this would obviously help. Texas clearly still looking for help on the offensive line, and they have had to resort to a situation like this at this point because most of their top targets are signed somewhere else already. But if this works, this would be a nice pickup for Texas.
Sure.
And
then plus you get that pickup on February 4th.
Who's that?
February 4th, National Signing Day. You'll get one that'll slide in here that's an offensive lineman too.
Yeah, give me a name.
We don't do names here.
We don't do names?
We're not giving away names right now.
Oh.
February 4th. We're just going to hold on.
You've been sworn to secrecy.
Yes.
You can't reveal which impact offensive lineman Texas is going to be signing next Wednesday.
There'll be a runaway running back in that deal, and there'll also be a –
Oh, you've got a running – but you got two?
Yeah, and there'll be a running back, and there'll be an offensive lineman.
Wow.
On National Signing Day.
Okay. All right.
If somebody says, oh, this guy's not good enough.
From your lips to God's ears.
Texas needs – there's a couple numbers that they may need.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree with that, but I'd love to know which high school kids they are going to sign next week. But no, this is obviously the opposite of a high school kid. This is a grown man who would only
he's so grown he's out of eligibility almost.
Right. That's basically where we're at right now. So this Lawrence Seymour is an interesting story. First of all, he's never visited Austin. So when I say this came out of nowhere, like none of the recruiting insiders, guys who keep up with this stuff more than we do, have talked about this guy at all because he's never visited the University of Texas. And typically that's how you gauge whether or not there's interest there. It's like, does the school offer? Do they offer a visit? Does the guy come for a visit? And then it's like, okay, well, now we know there might be something here. Lawrence Seymour has still never been to Austin, Texas.
Yeah, that's fine. There's a need, and there's probably a little bit of money left around.
Sure.
So that's enough right there. That's enough for Mr. Seymour. Yeah, I'd like to come there. If you can get me, if we can work a way to get another year of eligibility, hell yeah, I'm coming.
Yeah. So I'll be honest with you, Buck. I had never heard of this guy before yesterday. So after this news dropped, started doing some research. Okay, who is Lawrence Seymour? And the first thing I did, I went to the transfer portal rankings, right? 24/7 has their portal player rankings. On3 has their portal player rankings. And I didn't see this guy's name. I kept scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. It's like, is this guy a real person? Like, is this a Bishop Sycamore situation here? Is there a Ron McKelvey roster imposter happening? What's the deal? This guy on the transfer portal rankings was 78th in terms of offensive linemen. That's not very good. So I saw that and I'm like, okay, this is just
even if he just made the rankings, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking for a little bit more than the 78th best. This guy is ranked below Connor Stroh and Nick Brooks and Neto Umeozulu. You know, the guys that Texas.
Well, maybe he's been better coached than other places. How's that?
Well, here's the opposite. This is why this is all so confusing. So you look at the portal rankings, you got to scroll for miles to find this guy's name. And that's like, all right, well, great. Should we even get excited about this dude? This is the guy that they ended up with, the 78th ranked offensive lineman in the portal. Whoop-de-doo. I went to his roster page on the Western Kentucky website, and according to that, Lawrence Seymour was a second-team All-American voted by Phil Steele and a second-team All-American according to the Football Writers Association of America. He was also a All-Conference USA first-teamer, according to Phil Steele, and a second-team All-Conference player, according to the actual conference that he's in. So I don't know how the math is mathing there, that the transfer portal rankings have this dude below Connor Stroh and Nick Brooks and some of the guys that we saw absolutely stink for Texas this past year.
He's the diamond in the rough.
And this guy's an All-American, and he's there.
Yeah, that's just – I hope you can get him. He sounds like a guy who he knows how to put his football uniform on correctly. And if he can do that, they need him. He's got a pulse, and he can put his uni on. They need to have him. Coach him up.
Upgrade. Yeah, I'm not so sure that some of the guys Texas trotted out there at left guard could do either of those things.
Yeah, that's what I wondered about. You know, that makes you just think about the Texas recruiting of offensive linemen over the last couple of years.
Like, there's the roster page right there. These are the awards/honors for Lawrence Seymour. And again, I mean, second team All-American, according to two different publications. And Phil Steele, I mean, that guy writes the Bible.
It's sometimes you just get kind of overlooked, and then sometimes you don't have the stats, the physical. I mean, 6'2", everybody's looking for a 6'3", 6'4" type of guard that's 320, 340. He maybe doesn't fit the mold. He just hadn't been in the right place. But Phil still saw something about him out of high school, right?
Well, no, that was last year, Buck.
Yeah. I mean, does he have high schools? Did he have any high? Obviously, like you said, he obviously had enough high school stats at the University of Miami, thought.
Right.
But he's never been in Austin.
No, never been to Austin.
Where's his hometown?
I think Florida, somewhere in Florida. So he was a 3-star recruit out of high school, signed with Miami, got a scholarship, wasn't a walk-on thing. 2 years at Miami, redshirted year 1, played very sparingly year 2, transferred to Akron, didn't play much year 1 there, played some year 2, and then was an every down starter at left guard for Western Kentucky. And again, I mean, Phil Steele and the Football Writers Association of America, like these aren't just random guys in their basement just putting together, I want to make an All-America team this year. And I'm just going to throw a bunch of
college committee
jabronis on there. Yeah, right. Sounds like the college playoff committee. It sounds like college baseball is what it sounds like, where they have 500 different polls, and it's like, who's actually making these? I mean, this is a guy with some skins on the wall.
Well, you got a warm body, so that's a good thing this time of the year. No, you were expecting more, but they're not out there except for the ones that are left for February 4th, as I said, the one that will commit here on the 4th, that somebody just went by the high school and they owe the coach a favor or something, but that's okay. Right. You need a couple warm bodies.
Yeah. I mean, that at minimum, this guy provides competition and depth to the offensive line room.
Yeah. I mean, that's all you can expect this time of the year. You don't see anybody in the portal that's available. So like I said, you got a warm body that knows how to put his uniform. He at least knows where the classes are. He's been to 8 places, so he knows how to get to class.
Well, if he's a second-team All-American, I think he's way more than a warm body. I think we've got ourselves our starting left guard. Don't you?
No, the portal's kind of reliable on stuff like that. How comes they don't? I mean, did they know this guy was? No, this is just a guy that you're going to really have to work with, and that's okay.
I don't know. I mean, like as of right now, again, we're not sure if Lawrence Seymour is going to get approved. So this conversation could all end up being a waste of breath. I really hope it's not. But if he does come here, even if he's not as good as Phil Steele or the Football Writers Association of America think, I think he's better than anything that Texas has at left guard right now, just based on his experience alone. I mean, the guy who is slotted to start at left guard is Dylan Sikorsky, the Oregon State transfer, who played or started 6 games for a 2-10 Beavers team as a redshirt freshman. So at minimum, you're talking about a grown man who started college in 2021, who has started a full season of college football and a few other games too. Like just on that alone, to me, he would be your best option.
As I said, you have a body and you have competition now. That's good. The competition thing is really important too.
No, at minimum, that's what he is. But I think this dude, and it's not just like there's some stats that he has too. There's obviously not a ton of numbers out there for offensive linemen, but he logged 840 snaps, all at left guard, started every game for Western Kentucky. Pro Football Focus grade was 69.4. Very nice. Run blocking grade, 63.9. Not as nice. His pass blocking grade was 82.6. I mean, that's borderline elite. Reminder, on that grading scale, 60 is considered average. So if you're in the 80s, that's damn good. And he only allowed 8 pressures and 1 sack this past year. So I get it. It's Conference USA. It's Western Kentucky. It's not the SEC. But those are pretty damn good numbers for any every down offensive lineman, regardless.
Yeah, I mean, if he's a good kid and the learning curve is okay, then, bring him on. You have to. You got to try everything you can. I mean, that's a piece that you need. So they're going to do everything they can to get him in.
For sure. And I like it. I mean, this is not Texas's top choice. This was not their first plan. I think they're on to plans D, E, and F at this point.
Yeah, they're way down the line. We're talking February 4th.
But if this guy you're talking February 4th. We're not talking February 4th.
No, everybody else but you. All these experienced coaching people and National Signing Day people that listen to us are expecting something to happen on February 4th.
I think everybody but you is talking about Lawrence Seymour right now, and you keep going back to high school. I'm focused on guys who can help Texas win this year. This guy can help Texas win this year. This is a big upgrade at left guard compared to what you had in 2025.
Well, then somebody's made some misses along the way then.
Well, yeah, they missed out. Like they went after the Michigan guys who returned to Michigan. They went after Bray Lynch, who returned to Indiana. Like, again, this is not the – if this guy was their first choice, Buck, he entered the portal on January 15th. Yesterday was the 27th. If he was higher up on their list, they would have done this deal 2 weeks ago, right?
I mean, so they're excited. You think the program is excited about this?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're cautiously optimistic, again, because of the eligibility situation.
Yeah, well, and you have to be that. I mean, either he's going to be here or he's not eligibility-wise, period. That's pretty simple. Other than that, they've got to be thinking, we're going to have to work with the names that you talked about that played that position that just have to get better.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that they're still looking for pieces, and this may be the best option who was still available because most of the top guys, even most of the middle guys, have already signed elsewhere. So you're just kind of hitting the scrap heap at this point. You're in the bargain bin looking for whatever you could possibly find. And this, again, I'm talking about a second-team All-American last year. That's about as good as you could possibly do, I think, on January 27th.
Yeah, I don't see that guy being a starter. I think he's going to compete with the starter. And if the other kid, even from Oregon State's no good, I mean, he's going to compete with that dude. I think the kid right now from Oregon State, or they're expecting some of the names that we've talked about not being very good as being the guard. I don't think they're finding anybody. They can. Now, hopefully the case is that somebody just missed out, and Texas, this guy has fallen right into Texas' lap. I mean, you can only hope that, but I think he's just another depth guy for him.
Yeah, I don't know.
And they hope to make their own players better. They hope to make the young guys who were there last year that weren't very good. Couple of those guys may get better. That's what they're hoping for now at this time of the year. I
mean, I think we're all hoping for guys to get better, but if they felt that good about that plan, they wouldn't have gone out and gotten Lawrence Seymour, right? If they felt perfect about the guys that they have.
Well, no, they never felt perfect about that, but they're not perfect about Lawrence Seymour either. There was other guys that they'd like to have had first before him,
I understand that. I understand that. But again, I think they brought this guy in with the anticipation that, look, I don't know if they're going to guarantee him a starting job, but they have every expectation that he is going to compete and have a very good chance to be a game one starter here at Texas.
This offensive line has two guys. Both tackles are guaranteed their jobs. The rest of them, it's a crapshoot anyway. It just seems like when it comes to the level of play.
I disagree with that. I mean, I think if Lawrence Seymour comes, the offensive line is set. Like, I think you've got Trevor Gooseby at left tackle. You've got Lawrence Seymour at left guard, Connor Robertson back at center, Brandon Baker at right guard, and Melvin Siani, the transfer portal pickup at Wake Forest at right tackle. Like, if Lawrence Seymour gets his eligibility cleared, I'd be very surprised if that's not the starting offensive line when Texas takes the field September 5th against Texas State. But
that's interesting that this guy would still be, if he's all that, be available at this time. But once again, there's a lot of people that weren't going to wait around and find out if your eligibility. They had to move on, and had the ability to move on. So,
and maybe that's why his portal ranking was so low. To me, that doesn't make sense, right? Like, people are putting Trinidad Chambliss on like preseason All-America teams. It's like, we're not even sure that guy's going to be playing college football next year.
Right.
So I don't know why or how that would affect the portal rankings, but yeah, I think that's probably why nobody has scooped this guy up yet, is they're not sure if he's going to play. Let's go ahead and make sure we get guys that are confirmed eligible for 2026.
Yeah, that's number one thing. Are they eligible?
Yeah, so that's what we'll find out. I mean, I don't think Texas would have wasted their time if they didn't feel confident that this thing was going to get approved. But we're obviously
70%. Yeah, that they'll get them in.
We're obviously talking about the NCAA here, so
yes.
knowing exactly what they're going to do is
They lean towards the player these days.
you had a better chance to free solo Taipei 101 than know what the NCAA is going to do.
They tend to lean to the player now. They don't give you 7 or 8 years, whatever they deem necessary for you as a player. They don't want all these court battles and all that stuff. They'd rather just give in and say, okay, go ahead and play another year. Who cares? This thing is it's confusing as it is. So let's go. What's one more year?
Yeah, to me, I would love for him to get one more year. See, look what you've done. Doozy Price.
God, he understands.
We get the real starter on February 4th.
There's some kid in the state of Texas that's an offensive guard somewhere that just wasn't quite, maybe he was 10 pounds too light. They feel like they can, then on February 4th, somebody will say, you know what, coach, I owe this coach a favor. We got 4 scholarships left. He's not bad. Let me show you a little film on him. And you know what Sark says? Bring him. There you go. Bang.
I watched a true freshman try to play left guard for Texas last year. His name was Nick Brooks, and it was a train wreck. So I don't think I want to see that in a championship or bust season in 2020.
Hey, the needle in the haystack is out there for February 4th.
I hope you're right, but I don't think.
I want this kid to come. I want this kid to be All-American. That's coming, but if he's eligible, yes. But I think they have the competition for the other kid from Oregon State that's played in. I wouldn't say that level of football, but shit, who do they play against? Oregon State plays against
Washington State twice.
Yeah, twice. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, and a bunch of other teams in the Mountain West.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Magic Man asked a very important question. I mentioned a moment ago that Seymour only allowed 1 sack all season and 8 pressures in 840 snaps of football. How about just 1 penalty for Lawrence Seymour this past season?
Hey, he's on the team as it is.
Are you in now?
Yeah, man.
You don't think he's a starter now?
Hey, I'm in now.
1 penalty, 1 sack allowed, 840 snaps.
Yeah, one
trying to replace this guy with a high school kid.
Well, he's going to be a model citizen for that whole offensive line. Then, whether he's a starter or not at practice, he just will show you how to at least get in front of somebody without grabbing and reaching.
Yeah, that's key because most of the guys Texas had this past year could not do that. And I don't know if Kaiser Soze is Lawrence Seymour. Lawrence Big Baby Seymour.
Big Baby Seymour, yeah.
That's his nickname. Yeah, you go to his Twitter profile and he's got Big Baby in there. So
we'll end up finding out that this guy's played at 5 other places and his eligibility is done. Or he went to prison for 6 years and that's why he got a year left.
If nobody had reported that to this point, that'd be an unbelievable job by his legal and PR team to keep that under wraps.
He's got an opportunity to make a couple bucks here. And if he's good to continue on, I mean, he's second team All-American.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah, Phil Steele has been doing an okay job lately.
It's not just Phil Steele is the thing, too. Like, I would trust Phil Steele. I do trust Phil Steele. But the fact that it was him and the Football Writers Association of America, like, I get it. It's not the AP. It's not like the go-to source for all America teams.
What is it that he's done to somebody that's caused all of this? We're going to have to have background checks.
Or the bad rankings?
I mean, those are great. Those are great rankings for a guy that you never really heard of.
Right. Well, it's Western Kentucky. I mean, like
it's travel. They throw the ball, BK. That's a pretty decent team.
Yeah, his pass blocking grade, again, very, very good. So much of the focus of Texas football in 2026 is about Arch Manning and, how are you maximizing Arch Manning's ability in his final year of college football? Getting a guy, I mean, you got Melvin Siani, an elite tackle, a top 5 tackle from the transfer portal. He's one of the better pass blockers in America. You added him to play right tackle. Obviously, you got Trevor Gooseby. We all know how good he is at left tackle. And then now you bring in a guy who graded out as, again, one of the better interior offensive lineman pass blockers in the sport this past year. Like, that's great. I like that.
Does this sound like a guy seeking Texas more than Texas seeking this dude?
I don't know. Feels pretty mutual at this point. And again, I think this is Texas like, okay, we have to kick as many tires as we possibly can. Who's left? What's out there?
Sure.
Oh, let's check out this guy. Wait, he might have eligibility left. We can get him in. All right, let's do it. Again, it's so rare, whether it's a portal kid or a high school kid, it doesn't matter, for somebody to commit and sign without ever having visited your campus. So that's a bizarre situation. Maybe Seymour had been talking to some other teams and Texas called and they're like, man, we'll pay you this. And he's like, oh shit. Yep. Where do I sign right now? I don't even need to see what Austin is. I don't care about no dang school. Forget all that. Like, here we go.
I'm going to go play football for 4 months.
Right. Yeah, that's it. So now we're waiting and seeing if this eligibility approval or waiver gets approved. Excuse me.
Good. I hope it does. That'll be fun.
Yeah, that's
not fun. This is a need. This is whether it's a piece or not, it's still a player that they need at that position that will give them depth and give them some competition and not just hand over something to somebody.
Right. At minimum, that's what you get here. And
yes.
the biggest need, I mean, I know we're talking about the offensive line, and I wouldn't hate it if Texas had another trick up their sleeve and they added one more.
It's called February 4th. Once again, don't worry, BK, it's coming
from the portal. But for right now, again, this is a good pivot if this thing gets done. And yeah, offensive line is all in need, but left guard was the biggest need. And if this thing gets cleared, then it feels like you have solved your left guard problem and filled that
void. Unless you and I are talking about this time next year, as the guy that played that position wasn't very good, and they didn't fulfill their biggest need.
He'll be gone. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, actions speak louder than words, right? The results are what matters. So if they get this guy, he gets approved, I'll be excited about it. But if he ends up being horrible and Melvin Ciani isn't good enough and the offensive line is still a huge issue, then of course, I mean, Steve Sarkisian and Kyle Flood will be held accountable. But again, this is as good of a pivot as they could have done this late into the portal season.
Dude, it's almost the only pivot besides February 4th. It's like the only pivot they could have done.
Oh, I'll take it.
No, you're right. If they said, hey, listen, we found another right guard, a kid that wants to come, they'll take that one too right now. Yep, they're not going to bypass offensive linemen. They can't.
Well, there's plenty more out there. They're not just taking all of them. They're doing some research. They're trying to find the best.
Sure.
And it feels like this was the best guy they could have gotten. So take it. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. Live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Hit us up. We'll talk more about this and also get into, we've got some NFL. We got some Texas basketball to dive into. Plenty more to discuss on a Wednesday morning. But before we go any further, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and right now there's an opportunity for you to go on over there and check out the zero-gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows, everything you need, human scale office chairs, desk, and the accessories that they have. So if you got problems with your thoracic, lumbar, shoulders, neck area, please, folks, go over to Relax the Back. And if you know somebody that's suffering from neck and back pain, let them know that they have two great locations to go to and figure out what's wrong with them. They'll love the accessories that they have. Even if they give you some temporary relief, that's the place to go, is Relax the Back. In the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin, at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. That's where you'll find Relax the Back. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back. And now how about a word from our great friends at Audiovisual Consultations?
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Thank you very much. And our good friends over at Texas Orthopedics. if you had a problems, you slipped on the ice, you banged that knee, you've twisted that ankle real bad, contact the experts. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, and, of course, joint replacements. Dr. Christopher Danny, Dr. Christopher Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Texas Orthopedics. Love all of our
You
great
slipped on that ice and you screwed up that ankle. Don't just start put ice on it, but go see Dr. Danny or Dr. Stockton. Let them check you out and make sure that that's thing going to be stable for whether you're on ice or dry ground. Make sure you get that taken care of for sure.
We'll take care of you. Absolutely. Love Texas Orthopedics. And a quick shout out to centextickets.com. Looking for tickets to any sporting event? You know what's coming up on Sunday. How about Texas OU and women's basketball?
Now you're talking.
It's a top 10 matchup. Longhorns ranked 4th. The Gooners ranked 10th. If you want to be at the Mood Sunday afternoon for Texas OU on the hardwood, you can get your tickets at centextickets.com. Any Texas basketball game, men's or women's. Texas baseball right around the corner. Texas softball right around the corner. And, of course, it's concerts, it's comedy shows, it's Broadway shows, it's festivals, it's any event coming anywhere in the country. Only one place you need to look to find your tickets. That is centextickets.com. Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10. You type that in at checkout, you will get 10% off of any ticket purchase.
Nice.
All right. So where to next, Buck? You want to get back into this Lawrence Seymour conversation, talk about the Texas offense now? Do you want to get to Texas hoops? Do you want to get to NFL? What's on your mind on a Wednesday?
Yeah, I still want to talk about some things that can happen late in this sign as we go along towards February 4th. As I said, I still think there'll be some high schoolers that, for depth purposes, I mean, you don't have to fill up your roster with 100 and whatever players that you need. There's no reason to be spending that kind of money just for the hell of spending it. But I think there may be some kids that are in this state, maybe even in this area, that didn't go to places that will show up. And, this is kind of the way you kind of keep some, like I said, somebody will owe somebody a favor, BK. And, maybe a Texas kid that wants to go to Texas, uncle went to Texas, pretty decent. I mean, I don't know what it does for depth, but you need practice players too. You can't just have ones and twos. You can't let them battle against each other all season long. It's a long season in the SEC. So you're going to need kids that are actually third and fourth string guys to give you good looks. And they can't just be anybody. You can't just take a kid, a 1A kid, throw them down there and say, hey, listen, these are 5-star guys. Go play against these guys and give them the best look they can get before they play Texas A&M or Georgia or anybody like that. You don't get the good looks. So you need players. You need people on your roster that are good football players. It's not always about the starters or the too deep. It's as you go down the line.
Yeah.
Your practices have to be good. For Texas, I think their practices have been good for years. That's what's really kept this thing going pretty well. They got to continue on that string. You can't all of a sudden have practices where you dominate some kid that was a 2-star kid that just never hasn't developed. I mean, they have to get those guys and try to develop them and to being better players, more physical and everything else. So if you get those guys late, that's fine.
Of course.
But
yeah, I mean, look.
You spend all your money doing that. You're not going to spend a bunch of money on those guys. Those are guys that want to come here. They want to be a part of it.
High school recruiting still matters. I mean, I know everyone is so caught up with the transfer portal right now, and we all saw Indiana just win a national championship with a roster filled with transfer portal players. But ultimately, the programs with long, sustained success are going to depend heavily on recruiting and developing, right? I mean, look at this Texas roster. Like Arch Manning, Trevor Gooseby, Colin Simmons, Jelani McDonald, Ryan Wingo. I mean, the list goes on. Just looking at 2026, obviously, if you want to look at 25, 24, 23, so many players who have been instrumental to the turnaround of Texas Longhorn football, and so many guys who will be key contributors in the Longhorns hopefully making a run for a national championship this fall, are guys who were signed out of high school and developed as college players. So that still matters. You still need to win in the recruiting ranks. Now, you don't need to have the number one class every year. You don't need to win every marquee recruiting battle. It's just hard to do with all of the money that every other team also has. I shouldn't say every other team, but a lot of other teams also have. But yeah, I mean, you still have to recruit. You still have to develop. That stuff still matters. You don't want to need to rely on the transfer portal. You want transfer portals to just patchwork some holes. You don't want to have to go spend in the portal every single offseason to basically
unless
build.
You're going to win national championships like Indiana. Unless if that is the solution to it, that will be the means that people will go that way. They're going to try it at least.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, Indiana, yes. Were they transfer portal heavy? Yes, especially compared to Texas.
Well, they don't. Their high school football isn't the same either.
Right. Well, also, I mean, it's like 60% of their roster was portal play. It wasn't 100%. It wasn't 95%.
No.
I mean, hell, Bray Lynch, the guy we talked about a bunch, the guy we wanted Texas to bring in from the offensive line, he was signed by Indiana out of high school. Now he's a multi-year starter and will be a third-year starter in 2026. So that whole team, like there's still guys on that team who were recruited and developed out of high school. And a lot of the transfers, by the way, that Indiana has came from James Madison, where Kurt Cignetti was before. Cignetti signed those guys out of high school and started developing them on his own.
You're right.
And then just brought them to Indiana. So, yeah, like development still very much matters. So, no, again, a lot of the guys that Texas has brought in from the portal, the Cam Colemans of the world, the Raleek Browns of the world, if Lawrence Seymour comes in, these guys are one-year players. Like they're not going to stick around for 2027. So making sure that you are developing your younger guys to where it's okay. No, we feel good about this position next year. That very much matters. And again, you're for this year, you're hoping to play 15 or 16 games. You might need to rely on that depth, not just in the future, but right now.
Oh, no doubt about it. That's why I said you can't just be getting anybody and just dragging them in here. They have to be able to be developed even as high schoolers that weren't so highly recruited all of a sudden late and everything else. Now that you got over 100 players that you can have on your roster, you need to get those guys for depth. Like you're not giving them $1 million, but if they want to come to Texas and they can get into Texas and they're decent enough football players, you need those guys if they're good.
I think Texas
and
is
who
right
knows
around.
what they're going to develop. Who knows what they can develop into?
Right, of course. Well, that's on the coaches. I mean, Texas. Look, the Longhorns have had a bunch of 5 stars who have turned out to nothing. And the Longhorns have had a bunch of 3 stars who have turned out to be great players.
Absolutely.
Like Tavondre Sweat was a 3-star. Gunnar Helm
coaching matters still.
Was a 3-star. Trey Wisner, I know he's gone now, but it was a 3-star. Like there's a laundry list of names that you could give like that. So yeah, coaching absolutely matters. Development absolutely matters. That's always been the lifeblood of a good college football program. And again, everyone's caught up in the transfer portal, but you should still be paying attention to high school recruiting battles. Should. And I know the Texas coaches, I mean, they've been traveling all over the state, really all over the area while this recruiting window is open. I think a dead period starts next week. So the coaching staff, they've been hosting kids. There are a few kids who were here this past weekend on a visit despite the crazy weather.
They're looking 2027, but if they stumble into 2026 that's on a team that isn't going anywhere, and they look at, coaches are, kind of creatures of habit. They bump into a guy that they see physically looks the part, and they say, can I see film? Can I see some footwork on this kid? It may not be a great one, but shit, we could use that. I can develop that guy. Yeah, you're going to do it. You're going to do somebody some favors here over the next week or so.
Where are you going to find that kid? Like you're just walking around Marshalls and you see like a big 6'3", 300-pound high school kid, and you're like, do you have any film?
I think they're in high schools looking right now for kids for 2027, 28.
Yeah, of course,
Yeah, they're looking at that, and they, the guys who have scouted kids for years can say, that guy right there, they see a run, but they also see a guy blocking for the runner. They look at it, they'll look at that film, they'll say, let me see another film of this guy blocking. Maybe he's a little bit better than we thought, or wait, I didn't even know who the hell that was. You bump into those kind of kids a lot. They don't have to be on the major list all the time. That's
1 week before signing day. Like they might sign a player next week, but I don't think it's like a guy that they haven't had on their radar for a while. Like are teams even practicing right now? Like
no, you're right. I mean,
added
but
practice?
I'm talking about from film, from game film, or looking at somebody else. You see a kid on even an opposing team that may be in the same state.
Got it.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, it's just chancy, that's all. But guys who've recruited before have taken a lot of chances on a guy the following year or the year before or whatever, because they saw him and they weren't primarily looking at the one player. They just bumped into to seeing, oh my God, that guy over there is pretty good. Let me look at a little bit more tape of him.
Yeah. Well, Texas, look, they've got some scholarships they could fill. I think they're around
Right.
87 or 88 right now. And again, the number is increasing to 105. Now, you mentioned it earlier. Sark has mentioned it multiple times. They're not going to get to 105. Like
No.
that's not their goal. I don't know how many teams around college football are going to feel the need to have
Not very
105
many.
scholarship players, but you can add more. Point is, you've got space to add more. So whether it's the portal,
Well, you're not looking at
high
these numbers
school,
like you used to. You used to look and say, well, we can only take 4 offensive linemen. We can't take any more.
Yeah.
Now you don't have to worry about that as much. That used to be that real focal point of recruiting is we can only take this many. And now with the portal, it's like we really can only, now it's like, no, we still got room for 2 more pretty easily. If that guy if he fits the program and can help us out depth-wise or, scout team-wise, we can do that.
Well, now it's not roster constraints. Now it's financial constraints.
Yes, it is. Yes,
you
it
got to
is.
pay attention to. So, yeah, look, I mean, there's still like 1,000+ players in the transfer portal right now. So Texas can add, again, the deadline to enter has already passed, but Texas can add guys now, spring, summer, fall.
Right.
So they could find some more pieces out there. And I think the vast majority of their portal work is in the rearview mirror. But yeah, they could be thinking, all right, well, we'll go through spring ball and we might not have enough depth here. And hey, there's this guy still in the portal. Let's go ahead and bring this dude in.
Absolutely. If he fits the program, yeah, you take a chance.
That could very much happen. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, just get Lawrence Seymour in here. That's priority number 1 right now.
Right, what you can't do, BK, you can't bring in 5 just scrub guys that are just, oh my God, they could barely get out of their own way at senior high school. You can't do that.
Right.
That's defeating the whole.
I think this offseason has been about getting rid of some of those scrub guys.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Obviously, Texas lost some impactful pieces too. I don't want to disparage everybody. They made some tough decisions, right, to try to upgrade in some key spots. But look, they weren't going to pay a bunch of money to guys who haven't proven themselves yet.
Well, they didn't want the running back to just go away.
No, they didn't. They didn't. But they weren't going to offer him $1 million to stay.
No.
And based on the 2 guys they added, I think they made the right decision.
Well, yeah.
Like most of the decisions the offensive line, even with Lawrence Seymour, I don't think they did as much as they could have done or should have done. But most of the positions, it's like, oh, they let Leonga Lafau go at linebacker. What are they going to do? I think they upgraded at linebacker with the guys that they brought in. Oh, we let DeAndre Moore and Parker Livingston walk at wide receiver. What are we going to do? Okay, Cam Coleman. Just go ahead and bring him in. That's an upgrade, right? Oh, Trey Wisner, he's gone. CJ Baxter's gone. What's going to happen? You get Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers. It's like they've done a very good job with most of the areas on their team at getting better, significantly better. So offensive line is still the biggest question. And again, that question gets answered a little bit if Lawrence Seymour gets here, but it's still,
Yeah, I agree.
Not perfect. So they could be adding, again, some more depth.
Right, I'm going to pull my shade down. Sun's up.
There you go.
Sun's up, everybody.
You're getting burned. Oh, we can all see. You don't need to tell people. You're getting half of your face burned. You're going to look like Gus Fring with half your face burnt off.
I'm just
the
excited.
Other half normal.
Just melt the rest of this crap out there, please, and everything will be good. Oh, it's my corner.
Oh, boy. How many shades of blinds do you have there?
3. I got 3 little sections here, dude.
All right. Well, grab them all while you're up. Seymour blocks. Yeah,
Seymour Buck.
That's Lawrence Seymour's a great name, by the way. To me, that just sounds like a guy who's got a future as a Pro Bowler in the NFL.
Hell yeah, bring that dude. Well, we'll see if he can get in.
Yeah, that's it. That's the question now. Will the NCAA approve that eligibility waiver?
Well, you gave us 5 years that he's already played. Is that what you've given us? Or 4?
Yes, already
5.
played 5 years. Yep. So I don't know how it works. Nobody really knows how it works. Again, I've been told that Texas is confident, and Seymour's side is also confident that this thing is going to happen. I don't think either party would be wasting their time if they felt like this was a waste of time. But now we just now we wait and see how it goes. But again, this helps. If you get him in here, then you get an instant upgrade at left guard. And you could argue, Buck, that Texas would have upgraded at 4. I don't know if I could say all 5 spots on the offensive line, but 4 spots on their offensive line compared to what they had this past year. Now, just being slightly better than this past season is not the goal. It's not what we want. You need to be a lot better to have a chance to compete for a national championship.
I would say yes.
But, I mean, I think they have definitively upgraded on 80% of their offensive line if Lawrence Seymour gets enrolled.
Yeah, now can they progress and can they be coached? Can you make them better as a group now, especially when it comes to the run game? Because I think towards the end they did pretty well pass protection. They got the schemes down. They weren't as timid when it came to pass protection, but they were still they weren't very aggressive when it came to the run game.
No, and they had, I mean, look, they were great against A&M and they were great against Michigan. It's the last 2 games that we saw. Now, might be foolish talking about that because the running backs who are there are no longer here, and some of the offensive linemen who were there are no longer here.
By the way, the guys who are running now will make those guys look better.
That will definitely
even
help.
if they're not great.
Yeah, that will definitely help. But just comparing the 2025 O-line, like going into the season, to the 2026 O-line. I mean, Trevor Gooseby, obviously you got the same left tackle.
Yeah, we didn't have any questions about that dude whatsoever.
Well, he only had 2 career starts going into last year. Like, did we feel good about him? Yeah, because when he did play in 2024, it was very good, but he had 2 career starts. Now he has 15. So I felt good about Gooseby. You felt good about Gooseby. I think most of Longhorn Nation felt like he was going to be a good player last year. But now we know, like, oh, no, this guy is an elite left tackle. So I would argue the 2026 left tackle is better than the 2025 left tackle, again, with what we feel going into the season. Left guard, we didn't know what the hell was going to happen at left guard last year, and it turned out to be just a joke. I mean, Texas had 4 different guys play left guard, and the 4th one was Cole Hudson, who moved over from center. He was the only guy that was worth half a damn. Now you get Lawrence Seymour in, 2nd-team All-American, at least according to a couple of outlets. He's your left guard. That's much better than what you had going into last year. Now, Connor Robertson, still your center. Well, now he's a 5th-year guy, pretty mature, pretty developed.
We've always tried to get rid of center, so that's okay.
Right. Got a few more starts under his belt, and he was better than Cole Hudson at center. Obviously, the Texas O-line got better because Hudson provided some stability at left guard, but Connor Robertson graded out, and these 2 eyes saw him as a better center than Cole Hudson.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got him. He's not elite, but he's good. Right guard is the one position where it's like, well, DJ Campbell was solid. He wasn't a world beater out there, but he was probably the 2nd best O-lineman that you had, and he was a multi-year starter there. And now you've got Brandon Baker going from right tackle to right guard. That's still a little wait and see.
Yeah, it's a wait and see if he can take that change.
Yeah. I do think, the 26 version of Brandon Baker will be better than the 25 version of Baker, who didn't start at all before last year. So now he's got a full year of starts under his belt. So that's great. But obviously, position change, you're not sure. So I can't call that a definitive upgrade. And then Melvin Siani at right tackle. Proven guy, 22 career starts, which is actually more than anybody else on the Texas offensive line.
Right.
Top 5 portal pickup, a guy who's openly tweeted about wanting to be a 1st-round pick next year. We'll see if that happens. But, like, that is an upgrade, I think, at right tackle versus Brandon Baker going into his true freshman year. So, like, that's, again, could Texas have done more? Yes. Is this their first choice, or were these their first choices? No. But it could end up being a pretty nice pivot if this Lawrence Seymour thing gets approved.
Let's get it approved. Call your people over there.
Who should I call here?
Well, you know a lot of people over there. I mean, you wanted to stay over there for 6, 7, 8 years. You've You've made the calls there. How can I possibly stay here for a 6th or 7th year?
That's what I'm wondering is like, yeah, what is Lawrence Seymour doing to get that extra eligibility? And can I do the same thing?
Oh, can you go back now?
Right. Can I go back now? Yeah, of course. I mean, I was only there for 4 years. If he gets 6, it's only fair that I at least get a 5th.
I spent 5 years, yeah.
There you go. So you got a victory lap. Why don't I get a victory lap?
I did get a victory lap, yes.
It's because I don't play a sport. Is that why I don't get that?
Could be. Intramural's not going to get you an extra year.
I could sue.
Oh, boy, you win.
All of these guys, aren't they students first and foremost?
No, they're just athletes.
They're all getting extra. I mean, Carson Beck told everybody he hadn't taken a damn class in 2 years. How about that? Can I not get that plan?
I just open up my computer, I hit a button, and I'm out of class.
Yeah, that'd be nice right there. Everything taken care of, room and board taken care of, get a little NIL money on the side, and I'll just be a 5-star journalism recruit, you know?
Yeah, if this works out, this can turn out to be a great get for a guy who's never been on your campus. I mean, really.
I know. It's again, just totally out of nowhere. And I get it, Western Kentucky, that doesn't typically move the needle, but I see All-American, and I'm like, all right. Like, we get excited about FCS All-Americans.
Yes.
You know, like D2, D3 All-Americans, those guys are like, yeah, no, I'll take that guy at Texas. And this guy, FBS, second-team All-American. And he did play a game against LSU this past season.
Oh, boy.
And he fared very well. He allowed 1 pressure in 52 snaps. Didn't allow a sack in that game. Playing left guard. I mean, Western Kentucky got their teeth kicked in because, of course. But he did not look completely out of sorts. Oh, I beg your pardon. They did not get their teeth kicked in. That game was 13-10. I forgot LSU sucked this year.
Yeah, don't forget that, yes.
I was late in the year after they made their coaching change and their quarterback change. So, still, at LSU.
Yes.
Played 52 snaps, gave up 1 pressure, 0 snacks. Probably had a few snacks. 0 sacks. Graded out pretty highly. And now it's almost helped Western Kentucky beat LSU in Death Valley.
There you go. Now he's a real winner.
God, I wish we could have played LSU this past year.
They were horrible.
They're horrible. We should have played them in 2020. Remember, COVID took that one off the slate. They sucked that year. Couldn't get to play them last year when they sucked.
Now, but they're buying an All-American team.
Yeah, they just brought in maybe the best portal class in history. And that's a late in the year game, too. So it'll be a tough one in Baton Rouge.
We'll see if Joey Freshwater can really coach.
We will see. We will see what he's all about because the pressure is.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. And people are already expecting a lot from that dude just when the hiring happened. But, yeah, the portal class they brought in, holy smokes. Big things expected at LSU.
Yeah, they all have to play together. That's the thing.
They all have to play together. Yeah, you got to find a way to make it work. And yeah, it's a lot of new pieces. But, man, they've added some talent. New quarterback. Totally revamped offensive line. I think they brought in 9 linemen from the portal, which Texas could have done that. They opted not to do that. They got Prince Will, Humann, the star edge rusher. They ended up with Jordan Seaton, the tackle at Colorado, who we talked about a lot on this show.
Is Perkins still coming back for another year?
Harold Perkins.
Yeah, he ended up being like an outside backer. I saw that guy dropping into coverage. Did he become a strong safety or something?
No, I mean, they moved him around a lot. I don't think they dropped him all the way back there. He's off to the NFL.
Finally good.
Finally good. Yeah, Harold Perkins. Well, if they had him in addition to everything else, yo. All right, we'll take your thoughts. So there you go. The latest with Texas in the transfer portal. Again, Lawrence Seymour signing with the Longhorns yesterday. Now we see if his eligibility waiver gets approved. But if it does, very good pickup. And this Texas offensive line looks a lot better on paper than what it did at this time.
If he was trying to get to Notre Dame, I guarantee they'd get him in. I guarantee the NCAA would say, sure, you're there. You want to play 8 years? Come on.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, man. You know, if you want to play in college on Saturdays and the NFL on Sundays, you can do that. Forget just like the G League thing with college. You know what? You can play in the NFL and Notre Dame. We signed this MOU under the table that allows them to do that, but nobody else. gets that.
So creepy.
Ridiculous, dude. It is absolutely ridiculous. We found out yesterday, too. It's much smaller scale, and this isn't going to piss people off nearly as much. But apparently, with the kind of new yet not new college football playoff, obviously we're sticking with 12 teams. The G6 spot, the guaranteed G6 spot, does not have to be a conference champion. It's just the highest rated G6 team will get in. So, like, if there's somebody who goes 12-0 in the regular season, let's just use Boise State because I feel like they're always in the mix. They go 12-0, but they lose their conference title game.
Right.
They could still get in. So, I'll be handing out, like, it's hard to call that an at-large berth because it's not open to everybody, but it's kind of at-large G6 berth instead of G6 conference champion. And apparently, a lot of G6 leaders didn't even realize that was in the rules. They found out 2 days ago that was a thing.
Oh, something done underneath the table that they didn't even know was happening?
They're just not communicating anything to anybody, and it's a disaster. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. Keep the comments coming in on the live streams as well. And we'll get back to some Longhorn football. We got some NFL to talk about. Bill Belichick not in the Hall of Fame. Also, Mike McCarthy getting introduced in Pittsburgh. Has he been on Weight Watchers? We'll let you decide. Plus, Texas basketball gets set for a big road tilt tonight. But before anything else, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
All right, say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, folks. The incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles. They've got it all. There are tons of Texas-themed gifts, items, books, and jelly cats, of course, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. They've got their winter jackets with the hoodies available for you right now, long sleeve polos, short sleeve polos for the spring. You name it, they've got it. Of course, they got all the hats, all the stuff that you're looking for. If you want to be Texas themed, they have it. Believe me, 5222 Burnett Road. Go by and say hello to all the folks there. Plenty of parking spaces available to you. For more information, go to, of course, SuePatrick.com. And ladies, if you're looking for your dresses, skirts, and winter garments, they've got that also at Sue Patrick. They've got an unbelievable display there just for you.
I don't think they sell any Altstadt beer at Sue Patrick.
No, they don't. They'd like to, I guarantee you that.
I do know some of the guys and gals who work at Sue Patrick will be drinking some Altstadt beer from time to time.
Yes,
Not
indeed.
at work, of course. They wait till the day is done before they crack open a nice cold Altstadt. Sometimes I'll drink an Altstadt in the morning. I can be on the show drinking an Altstadt every once in a while.
There you go. Got to start sometime.
Got to start sometime. Love the Altstadt beer, and it's the best beer that you could find all throughout the great state of Texas. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. I was talking to a friend the other day. She's like, man, the Altstadt Hef, it's my go-to beer these days. I was like, there we go. Love that. A great Hefeweizen if that's your cup of tea. They've got a German-style lager. They've got a German-style Kolsch. They've got a great light beer that's better than any other light beer that you've ever had, right? Sacrifices on the calories, but unlike other light beers, it does not sacrifice on the taste. Tons of different seasonal brews. They've got a great Pilsner out there as well. I'm telling you, something for every palate. So whatever you have going on, you're going to be out and about. Next time you're at the store, make sure you get you some Altstadt beer. Obviously, your Super Bowl watch party's coming up 1 week from Sunday. You need a great beer for that. Altstadt's my choice. Should be yours as well. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Sweet, sweet.
Yes, indeed. And, our guy Jake says, Texas lawyers, make our left guard big baby. We need him. Make it happen. Make it happen. Get this dude in whenever needs to be done. Hurricane Hecht, perhaps, on the case.
There you go.
I don't know if Hurricane Hecht does that type of litigation. I'm not sure I know what litigation means. It just makes me sound smarter than I am.
There you go, man. Just get him in.
Yeah, get him in. Find a way to get him in, please.
It has nothing to do with Texas. This is an NCAA deal, right?
Yes, it is. And Texas would like for the NCAA to help out Texas.
To roll over like they do for Notre Dame.
That would be nice. That would be very nice. Dave says, can the NCAA rule that we get an extra year of eligibility for TSU? That's well done, Dave. Unfortunately, the NC2A has already come down and said, not so fast, my friend. But as we teased earlier, some big news coming for Bucky and I that we will share on tomorrow's show. So stay tuned. You've already heard some of our other hosts talk about their future plans. Definitely keep it locked in, and please keep supporting them. We've got an awesome team and
Absolutely
a bunch of talented guys who already have done and will continue to do great things in this field. But the Buck and I will have a very positive update that we think you guys are going to really like coming up on tomorrow morning's program.
So stay tuned, y'all.
You think Bill Belichick is a Hall of Famer?
I think he's a first half hour of his name being mentioned as a Hall of Famer. Yes.
Well,
not only
apparently
just mentioned, but he should be in the Hall of Fame before his time.
Apparently, the people who vote on the Hall of Fame do not agree with you.
Yeah, that's bull crap.
Yeah, according to a report, the voting took place earlier this month. That's not a report, but according to the report, Belichick fell short of the 40 out of 50 votes needed for induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame during his first year of eligibility. Belichick apparently received a call from a Hall of Fame representative last Friday afternoon with the news that he won't be inducted into the Hall this summer.
Yeah, I mean, I would only be taking guesses that the people that he's had those bad press conferences with, who were able to vote, said, nah, he sucks. He sucks as a guy. We're not doing it. But we know what he is as a coach. He's one of the greatest coaches, if not the greatest NFL coach of all time. And what garbage that is. If you've got to be this wonderful person and this great coach to get in, it's about his coaching. It's about the things that he's done coaching. It's not about his girlfriend. It's not about his hoodie. It's about the way he's coached the game. And what a bunch of shit that is. That's a bad maneuver. If there's anybody that's ever been around the game of football, probably besides Vince Lombardi, then this guy should be in immediately.
A sad day for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't know. I don't know if this is possible, but like Roger Goodell should step in and be like, no, you guys got it wrong. Bill Belichick's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. I mean, how about the commissioner saying, yeah, that's wrong.
Like what
are we doing here?
Like football, I guess, saw what the baseball writers did. And they're like,
oh yeah,
you know what? Hold my beer. You think some of your decisions are bad. Wait until you see what we're about to do. I mean, that's insane, dude.
They're taking on this guy. They're taking his personality and everything else, and they're just nitpicking on a guy who's a great coach. That's what they're doing.
You think it's that? You think any of it has to do with Deflategate and Spygate, and they're saying, you had some scandals linked to you while you were winning some of those Super Bowls, so now we're going to make you wait?
Oh, no, they're going to make him wait. He's going to get in. But yeah, they just don't want him to be a first. They'll do it next year, but they don't want him to be the first year. Dude, they don't want to make that guy unanimous, automatic in, which he should be.
He's the greatest NFL coach of all time. How is he not?
They want to hold something against. They want something that they can hold over his head, even if it's for a year, even if it's about the young girl, even if it's about, not being in tune with Robert Kraft and the NFL football. Robert Kraft, they love him in the NFL. Even if they've had some, he doesn't let Patriot people come to North Carolina to look at his players and stuff. They wanted something to hold over this guy, and that's a shame.
Is that maybe some jealousy from the old football writers because they can't pull a hot mid-20s chick like Bill Belichick can?
That's true. I never thought of it that way. Maybe that's a part of it too.
Maybe the swing vote is like, hey, Bill, if you let me spend a night with Jordan Hudson, then I'll get you in the Hall. What do you say? They
don't want that guy wielding that much power and him doing things against whether it's thinking he's better than Tom Brady and it was all about me or whatever. They needed something, BK. They found something, and it's a shame. It just makes them seem stupid.
Stupid, petty. I mean, it's ridiculous. This is the greatest NFL coach of all time. The guy's won 8 Super Bowls, 6 as a head coach, 2 as a coordinator, 3rd winningest coach in NFL history. Like, what more did he have to do?
He had to be a nice guy.
Is that it? Like, you might be right. Like, there's politics involved. And again, I mean, I don't want to compare Bill Belichick to Curt Schilling because Curt Schilling's like not the level of player that Bill Belichick was as a coach. But Curt Schilling is clearly a Hall of Fame player. And because of politics, literal politics, and people not agreeing with his politics and the way he behaves himself, he's not in the Baseball Hall of Fame. And it's like, that's not what your job is, writers. Your job isn't to be offended by how somebody treats you. Your job is to tell the story of the sport. And you cannot tell the story of the National Football League without Bill Belichick.
Yeah, they're just trying to find a way to make him suffer for a year. He knows how great he is. I mean, obviously a guy of that magnitude knows he's a great coach. He knows that people talk about him all the time, but they're just trying to find a way of not letting a guy, oh, you're not what you think you are. Well, he is. He's what you think he is. He's the greatest coach of all time in the NFL, period.
Yeah.
One of the greatest, and maybe the greatest coach of all time, period, in the game of football, including Vince Lombardi. I mean, so it's just you're too high on the pedestal. Let's just knock you down for a year. We'll get you in. It's just not going to be on the first ballot, which you should be. You deserve to be. But they're not. The writers aren't going to let him do that. They're just not going to let him have that. And if they don't let this guy, who would they let in?
I know. I like nobody should be a first ballot Hall of Famer if a guy with this picture can't get into the Hall of Fame. He's got 8 rings on his fingers here.
Are they now going to do the same thing to Tom Brady? Because he's become a team owner and all that stuff, would they say to Tom Brady, "Oh no, you pissed us off when you became an owner. You just should have stayed a player. You're doing games on TV. No, we can't let you in now. Can't be a first ballot Hall of Famer." Which do we know he is? Of course we do.
Yeah, they won't do that, right? People like Tom Brady. Everyone sided with Brady in the divorce over Belichick. And now Brady's doing all these TV commercials, and obviously we hear him and see him on our TV every Sunday working with Fox. Like, Brady has become super likable, right? So he'll get in. He'll probably get 50 out of 50 votes.
Dave says, greatest coach in the NFL. What about Dave Campbell?
God, please don't say that, Dave.
Is that the worst? Going from the best to the worst?
Man.
Although Aaron Glenn may end up being one of that guy too. Who knows?
Dave Campbell, what a freaking disaster for those.
Oh my God, I haven't heard that name said in years. Years. What does Dave Campbell do? Give me Dave Campbell's. What does he do for a living? What is it that you do now?
I have to look up what Dave Campo is doing for a living.
Yeah, please tell me he's running football camps. Campo is camping.
Dave Campo, former American football coach and player.
AD where?
Yeah, it doesn't say. His last job, according to his Wikipedia page, he was a consultant at USC
from
2018 to 2019. Before that, this maybe explains some things. I don't even remember this. Dave Campo was the defensive coordinator at Kansas from 2012 to 2015.
What?
Would you care to take a guess at what Kansas's record was from 2012 to 2015?
They were 4 and something, 5 and something, and 2 and something.
You're being way too nice. 1 and something, 3 and something, 3 and something.
Oh my God.
1 and 11, 3 and 9, 3 and 9.
Oh my God. I'm sorry to bring that guy's name up.
Yeah, thanks. Well, it wasn't you. It was commenter Dave on that one.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that.
Yeah, appreciate that one, Dave. So, I mean, you're right. Belichick's going to get in. It'll happen. But, we got to change. Been saying this about baseball. We got to change the way we go about this process. It's clearly flawed. Something is wrong. This kind of thing should not be allowed to happen. So it should
nothing wrong with having nice guys in it, but it's not about it's not the nice guy award.
No, not at all.
No,
not at all.
It's the NFL.
Right. It's the Pro Football Hall of Fame. What did you do in pro football? There's not a coach, maybe ever, who has done more in pro football than Bill Belichick has done. So I don't know what more we could say about it, man. It's just a total disaster.
If somebody wants you, they can get you. And some group wants you, they can get you. They can turn you. They can knock you off your pedestal. If they want to gather together and do it, they can do it. It only takes a couple of them. It doesn't take an army of them.
I can't imagine, when Bill Belichick got that call on Friday, he had to have been thinking he was getting punked, right?
Yes.
Where's Ashton Kutcher here? It's It's like, is someone doing like a social media prank? Is there a hidden camera somewhere at my place? Like, what? All right, quit the crap. What do you mean? What are we doing? It's like, no, dude, you didn't get in. 6 Super Bowls, not enough.
This girl may leave him because of that.
Yeah. Nah, I don't know. She wears the pants, so.
And she's got all those rings at her place.
She does have all those rings that she's probably pawned off.
Oh, no. What about his sons? Don't they get to get any of the rings?
Oh, sons are out of the will.
Oh, my God.
Jordan's getting everything. Speaking of legendary coaches, Buck, Mike McCarthy was introduced in Pittsburgh yesterday. You put him in the same breath as Bill Belichick?
No. He has a Super Bowl, and I don't know, but no. Not in the same breath. No.
No. Maybe short of breath. All right, that's mean. There's no need for that.
No need for that.
Here's Mike McCarthy.
The thing we don't do is we don't body shame.
Mike McCarthy was getting emotional yesterday when he was introduced as the new head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's from Pittsburgh, by the way.
Yes.
So some extra emotions there. His parents were at his press conference yesterday. So here is Mike McCarthy. We got a little video here talking about how excited he is to be the next head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I understand and embrace the responsibility, the privilege, and the weight that comes with this stewardship. This city, this franchise, this fan base means the world to me because Pittsburgh's my world, and it's just awesome to be back here.
That's awesome, man. That guy grew up there. He's a Pittsburgh fan. The guy's been the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, the Green Bay Packers with the Super Bowl, and now the Pittsburgh Steelers. That guy can obviously he can coach. People trust in him.
Oh, he grew up there, all right. He did a lot of growing in Pittsburgh.
Oh,
and it looks like a year away from the
weight
game.
The weight of the organization is on him.
Yeah, well, it's he should be able to handle it, I guess.
That's you're talking about if you grew up in the sport of football and that's what and Pittsburgh is his last stop. What an unbelievable career. No matter what it is, no matter if it's shitty or whatever, to be the head coach of those 3 organizations is unbelievable.
I mean, just to get 3 NFL head coaching jobs in itself.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of guys don't get it.
Even if it's the Cleveland Browns.
Sure. A lot of guys don't get a second opportunity. Like if you get one, I mean, shoot, most guys don't get one. If you get one and it fails, it feels like more often than not, that's it. You go back to being a coordinator. But getting 3, very rare. And, McCarthy's won a lot of games, obviously won a Super Bowl. The time in Dallas, I mean, I would call it a failure, but the Cowboys made the playoffs a couple of times. It's not like they were the worst team in football, 5-6 years in a row while he was there. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think Mike McCarthy's going to win a Super Bowl or anything.
And he's got to part ways with Aaron Rodgers. He can't let that be what he thinks is his saving grace here. I would say part ways with that dude.
Oh, there's your
everybody in Pittsburgh. I know they're not going to give you an awful lot of time, but they're going to understand the situation. Those people don't want Aaron Rodgers to come back there.
Oh, here you go. Well done, Mario. He blew up in Pittsburgh. Grew up in Pittsburgh. That's a big guy right there. There's a lot of material on that suit. Just go ahead and say that.
Wow.
A lot of material needed to
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to say that guy. People have entrusted him to 3 unbelievable organizations.
You're being very nice. And I can't figure out why people keep entrusting him to organizations. I couldn't figure out why the Cowboys were so keen on getting him. And the Steelers basically fired Mike McCarthy, just a skinnier, blacker version with Mike Tomlin.
Yes.
Those guys are like the same coach. They win a lot of regular season games. They won 1 Super Bowl a long ass time ago. They make the playoffs a good amount, but they don't do anything when they get there. That's Mike Tomlin. They fired Mike Tomlin because that wasn't good enough, and they literally just fired.
Well, they've gone from an offensive guy, a defensive guy, to an offensive. That's all the same guy.
I'm knocking over my microphone here. I mean,
they got the same guy.
Their resumes are almost identical. It is insane to me. Let me pull up this picture here just so you know what I'm talking about. The career resumes of Mike McCarthy and Mike Tomlin. Both been a head coach for 18 years. Both made the playoffs 12 times. McCarthy's got 1 more division title. Both guys have 1 Super Bowl. I mean, it's the same. You hired the same person, which it's kind of funny because Pittsburgh for so long they were like, let's just go 9-8 every year. That's fine as long as Mike Tomlin keeps this regular season winning streak thing going.
Sure.
Then we don't have to make a move here. And they were clearly comfortable with that because they hired a guy who's capable of doing the exact same thing.
What if the dude has a losing season?
People
in Pittsburgh are going to be livid if he just has a losing season. Doesn't make the playoffs, but in year number one, while he's trying to get his deal in there, he has a losing season. They're going to freak out.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. And you did bring up Aaron Rodgers. Now, we do have some breaking news here for Texas real quick. Let's get to this. Breaking news. The Texas Longhorns have landed another commitment. This one for the class of 2027. I regret to inform you, Buck, that this is not a 2026 kid who will be signing next week.
Oh, no.
Still waiting on one of those to happen.
That will happen.
The Longhorns have landed a commitment from four-star edge Cameron Hall from Mansfield in the Metroplex, 6'3", 235.
Okay.
He is the first high school defensive prospect to commit since Will Muschamp was hired back as the Longhorns defensive coordinator. Had a number of different offers around the country. Again, four-star player, 40 tackles, 6 TFLs, 4 sacks, 2 forced fumbles as a sophomore, about 10 sacks, 10 TFLs as a junior, was named District Defensive Player of the Year in this high school in Mansfield this past season.
Good stuff. That's great.
I like it right there. So Texas landing a commit for next year, 2027.
More to come early February.
Again, a 4-star player ranked as top 300 player in the country as of right now. And 6'3", 235. I think I mentioned that. He is the 4th commitment for Texas in the class of 2027. Obviously, a long way to go before we get to the national signing day that everybody besides the Buck cares about. The one in December. So there you go. Some good news there. I do not believe Cameron Hall is related to Daryl Hall of Hall & Oates, but I cannot confirm nor deny. I am assuming based on what Cameron Hall looks like and what Daryl Hall looks like that there is no relation there, but perhaps that is a poor assumption right there.
Don't assume. Be careful.
So I don't know. But, Cameron Hall commits to Texas. Good news right there. And, again, first defensive commit since Coach Boom has returned to Texas.
Coach Boom will not be affecting the offensive line that February 4th will bring.
No. But one thing that excites me about Coach Boom, I mean, there's a lot of things that excite me about him being back, but he's going to give you a lot more in terms of recruiting than PK ever did. Like, that was just not a strength of Pete Kwiatkowski. He didn't want to do that. He didn't love doing that. I think he'd be willing to admit that he was not a great recruiter. We knew how good he was as a defensive coordinator and as a developer and as a game planner. He checked those boxes. Will Muschamp, I think, checks those boxes too, but also he's going to go out and recruit.
He likes to go out there and talk to mom and dad.
Yeah. So he's been traveling a lot these last 2 weeks, going to different high schools.
Getting back to know people that he's been in tune with.
Exactly. And look, I mean, he hasn't been doing as much of that the last few years at Georgia, but he's been a part of a staff. So, like, he knows
he's been recruiting. He's been recruiting in this state even when he's at Georgia.
Right. So, no, that's an upgrade right there that you get with Will Muschamp. So, obviously the Longhorns will have a number of other commits coming throughout these next 11 months, but Coach Boom making some things happen on the trail.
Very nice.
Ready. So I like that. You asked about Aaron Rodgers, and you knew Mike McCarthy was going to get asked a question about Aaron Rodgers yesterday.
Yes.
And Mike McCarthy, of course, those guys won a Super Bowl together in Green Bay. He left the door open for a possible return for A-Rod.
I mean, definitely. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't. But, I think just like anything, knowing Aaron long enough, going through seasons, I think when players – to see Mel Blunt here. I mean, when guys are up at that stage of their career, they need to step away and decompress. I think that's very important. The game is so emotional. what these men commit to and what they put into it. I think that time away is important, and I have spoken to Aaron, and so that's really where we are there. But I was able to sit back and watch the games. I watched most of the Pittsburgh games on TV, and I thought he was a great asset for the team.
Mel Blount, my goodness, that goes back to the day.
That's what you took from that?
Yeah, I mean,
Mel Blount was there. That's why he brought up Mel Blount.
Oh, yeah, Mel Blount was there. He's still hanging around there.
Yeah,
but he's a great player.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah. But Aaron Rodgers, Buck, could he play another year? You tried to write him off 2 years ago. He might play again.
No, he's done.
McCarthy
People in Pittsburgh, the Steeler fans don't want this. They want to move right along. They've been trying to find a quarterback forever.
I'm here to tell you, Buck, Pittsburgh fans didn't want Mike McCarthy. They didn't want that.
I know.
So.
But that bringing back that is not going to be good.
It's doubling down, right?
Two
wrongs making a right? Is that what's about to happen here?
No, that doesn't work. That's not going to work for those people.
Doubling down on
those people are not going to be happy. Again, I'm telling you, if those people have a losing season, Mike McCarthy may be there collecting a bunch of money on a 5-year deal that he may be only there for a year. If he comes in there and wins 5 games or 6 games, they are going to freak out in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I mean, I got a couple of buddies who were big Steelers fans, and I was literally mocking them. Like Cowboys, Packers fans were like mocking them. Like, that sucks. Y'all hired that guy? Seriously? Like, there's not a whole lot of excitement right there out in Pittsburgh right now. And look, time will tell.
I would have been more happy with the guy who just got fired at Miami being the coach there.
Mike McDaniel? Yeah.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Mike McDaniel, considering what the Steelers' offense and quarterback position has been since Big Ben retired. Shoot. Absolutely would rather have Mike McDaniel than Mike McCarthy. How many Mike McDaniels does it take to get to Mike McCarthy?
3.
Okay.
At least.
Just curious on that. So Aaron Rodgers could be back in Pittsburgh.
Oh, God, yeah. Those two are talking every night. So what do you think, buddy? Come on.
Buddy.
And Aaron Rodgers is going, hey, listen, Michael, I'm not going to let you know until a week before camp.
Who's calling who buddy there?
Oh, that's McCarthy. That's him. That's the coach calling Aaron Rodgers buddy. Come on, buddy.
I think Rodgers is calling McCarthy buddy. I think Rodgers wears the pants in that relationship.
He's calling him Michael.
Michael McCarthy. Oh, man. All right, we'll take your thoughts. There's some NFL headlines again. Bill Belichick not in the Hall of Fame. Ridiculous. Mike McCarthy, introduced in Pittsburgh yesterday.
Do you think the Rooneys called up Jerry Jones to find out what kind of head coach he was?
If Jerry Jones said that he was a great head coach, then I will tip my cap to Jerry Jones and say that's one of the best things you've done running the Cowboys in the last 30 years.
Oh,
as you convinced the Steelers to hire Mike McCarthy, thank you very much. Now we know the Steelers aren't going to win another ring for a while.
Wow.
That's great. Good news there, Jera. Joe Brady, by the way, got hired as the Buffalo Bills head coach yesterday. Gets promoted from their offensive coordinator to the head coach.
I'm just thinking, what took that so long? I mean, that just seemed like there's still some skepticism on hiring Brady if it took that long, because you thought their head coach should have been gone 2 years ago.
Right. Well, you've got to go through the process. You've got the Rooney Rule. I mean, you've got to interview a couple of candidates before.
A couple brothers have to come through the door. A couple Mexicans and brothers have to come through the door.
You got to get the minorities in there. Yep, make that happen. And then, all right, we don't get out of here, please.
Yeah. Do you think we're really going to hire you? Are you kidding me?
Oh, you thought this was a real interview? Oh no, you're just here, man. Crack open a beer. Let's hang out for like 30 minutes.
Let's just say we talked.
Yeah. Just tell everybody that that this was legit, and we brought you in here, and go back to where you were before, please.
Yes.
We also saw the Brian Flores lawsuit from a couple of years ago.
All right.
But yeah, Joe Brady was always the front runner there. And then one more quick NFL headline. Denver Broncos fired their offensive coordinator yesterday. Joe Lombardi.
He fired the guy because the dude broke his ankle?
I don't know. Well, Sean Payton calls the plays, by the way. He does the Steve
Right.
Sarkisian thing where he's the head coach and the offensive
Oh,
play
they're not going
caller.
to fire him. They never fired themselves.
Obviously, he's not going to fire himself, but like the Broncos were the 1 seed in the AFC. They played in an AFC championship game that I think they would have won if they, had their starting quarterback. Like their offense, okay, they weren't the best. They were 14th in the league in points per game this year. Like the defense was the strength of that team, but
Yeah.
14 games in large part because of what the offense did.
Second-year quarterback.
They fired the OC.
Yeah, and the OC wasn't the one who said, don't kick the field goal. Coach.
No, yeah, I don't think that's a great point, but I don't think Joe Lombardi, who's a descendant of, yes, Vince Lombardi, I don't think Joe Lombardi's telling Sean Payton on the headset, that's a cell phone, not a headset, hey, man, let's go for it here.
Yeah, no, yeah, really.
He's probably up there in the booth thinking, what is this dumbass doing?
Yeah, by the way, hey, I know what the weather report is. The head coach has no clue, but I think I know what the weather's going to be like later. Can we kick the field goal? And he's like, Sean Payton's like, no, people know me to be out there. I go for it. Okay, go ahead.
Sean Payton he's not the nicest guy at all.
No.
He's a jerk. He's been a jerk to the press, to coaches. Like he's a very good football coach. There's no denying that. But yeah, man, he is short and short-tempered. Yes. So I was very.
And he needs somebody to blame. And he needs somebody to blame this on.
It's never his fault. It's never his fault. And they also fired their wide receivers coach and their cornerbacks coach yesterday. It's like you guys were a broken ankle away, and you were still 3 points away from a Super Bowl in year 2. You're doing all this?
Yeah, you don't have great. You got Sutton, who wasn't consistent enough. He dropped a bunch of passes. Right. But you had some, you had the kid from Oklahoma that ended up pretty good. They did pretty well with that quarterback and those receivers.
Little Jordan Humphrey, part of that room?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Yeah, it's like people thought Sark was bold for getting rid of his DC after 5 years. Like Sean Payton doing this after the year that they just had is like, whoa, did not see that one coming. So
got an all-pro cornerback. You fired the DB coach?
Fired the DB coach. Yeah, Pat Surtain is one of the best corners in the game.
Wow.
I'd say second best behind Derek Stingley, but that's up for debate. All right, so we'll take your thoughts. There you go. Go to text line 512-222-9328. There's a look around the NFL. We got a couple of funny videos and stories to get into. Oh, man, in a second, we got to play this caller on the Finebaum show from yesterday. I know
is Finebaum coming to an end? Is he's going to continue to do his show? Is he going to politics or is he going to do his show?
I don't think there's been an ultimate decision on that.
Okay.
I know he was talking about leaving the sports space and running for office somewhere.
That was like a couple months ago, yeah.
Yeah, but as of now, he still has his show, and as of now, he's not running for anything. So maybe that changes this year.
He'll be running from some of those crazy callers.
Well, we had a crazy one. This is fantastic. We'll get to that in a moment. But before we shift gears here, talk a little Texas hoops as well. Let's give another round of sponsor shout-outs.
So our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems for close to 70 years in Central Texas, they have been getting it done when it comes to air conditioning and heating. But folks, now they do plumbing. So if you have any problems with your plumbing system inside or out, do call on Woods Comfort Systems. They'll get their technicians over to you. And we're not quite out of, speaking of woods, we're not quite out of the woods. It's going to warm up a little bit here over the next couple of days, but we'll be back in the cold here. February, we're going to have some of these cold days. But call on Woods Comfort Systems to make sure everything's working with your heater. You don't want that thing to go in the kaputs at this time of the year. This is not the time for it. And you know what time it'll be very soon here. It'll be time for air conditioning. That's just around the corner. Want to make sure you get properly prepared like you did for the winter. And Woods Comfort Systems will bring their technicians out twice a year. You sign that contract, and everything will be good to go. Once again, for close to 70 years in Central Texas, nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
WoodsComfortSystems.com, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Also, a shout out to McCall Custom Homes. Is Mike coming out to your place again today?
No, I got the cancellation for him. I said everything's all dried up. Whatever it was that may have been leaking, or maybe some extra ice in the system and went and pushed it on through, is pushed through, so the water is now gone. There's nothing leaking. Everything is good. He's on call 24/7 with me.
Well, he's that kind of guy. He treats everybody like that. McCall Custom Homes, typically what he does is, he'll help you renovate your home. If you want to
Yes.
remodel a kitchen, remodel a bathroom, you want to add a second story to your home, you want to add a green room, you want to add something to your backyard. McCall Custom Homes, they're all about that. They can also do home building too. So if you literally want to start from scratch, you've got a dream house that you've always thought about, and you're like, who do I go to turn my dream into reality? Mike McCall and his team at McCall Custom Homes. It's a father-son team with more than 4 decades of experience in doing this, and all of that experience has been right here in Central Texas. They didn't come from California. They didn't come from Florida, and they're trying to steal all of our money. No, these guys are local, born and bred here in the ATX, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. They're A+ rated by the BBB, tons of 5-star reviews online. All you have to do for a free estimate is go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can give Mike McCall a call, 512-633-9580.
Sweet. Love them.
Love McCall Custom Homes. Also, a quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They don't make graphs for you. They do graphics like this.
Oh, okay.
You got to figure out what to do with all of our TSU gear, man. Stuff's going to be vintage. Make a fortune selling this stuff.
Absolutely.
I'll probably still wear it because it's awesome gear. I'm proud of this run that we've had. But
yeah, I'm saying I don't have to change that sign behind me. That sign looks great.
Probably
need to change it. Yeah.
Probably should, yeah.
I got some photos from MySpace or my page or your page I need to probably put up there.
My page or your page?
MySpace.
Oh, your MySpace profile.
Yeah, there you go.
You had one of those?
I had one. I'm going to put that up there. How's that?
You're going to put.
By the way, let everybody know that my phone is now fixed.
You let everybody. Why do I have to let everybody know? You let everybody know.
And guess what phone I still have?
You didn't get a new one?
No, dude told me my phone is not that old. He said there's nothing wrong. He said you simp, your SIM card was screwed up. You did something to the SIM card. So
your SIM card?
Yeah, that's what it was. He put a new one in there for free. Thank you very much there. How about that from Spectrum?
Whoa.
Very nice guy at Spectrum. I was in Spectrum for 15 minutes at the most, BK. Got there early, which they want you in there only 15 minutes before that time. I was in there a half hour early. I was over at the kiosk punching in my numbers to be up.
Yeah.
Guy came over to me and says, "What are you looking to do?" I said, "I'm looking to get a new phone. Mine's just gone berserk." And I said, "Isn't this phone obsolete?" No, he goes, "Hell no." He said, "Do you like the way the phone operates?" I said, "Yeah." He went in, hit a couple buttons. He said, "You must have done something to that card." Stuck a new one in there. He said, "You're good to go." I said, "How long? A couple months?" He goes, "No, dude, your phone is fine. You got enough power in it. You got everything." I said, "Okay, by June, by the birthday, I'll get a." He said, "Yeah, the other one is going to last you a little bit longer." He said, "But there's nothing wrong with this." He said, "If you got business to do right now over the next year or so, don't worry about it." So, I'm not worrying about it.
Incredible. You had a chance to get a new phone that was going to last you a long time. And instead you're like, nah, I'll stick with the piece of crap that I have now.
That's the first time that thing only got screwed up. It was because of the card. It wasn't because of my gigabytes or whatever it is.
Yeah, I guess most of your phone issues have been user error versus technology error.
Yes, mostly everything in my life has been user error.
So the iPhone 8, I just looked it up, came out in 2017. So that is a 9-year-old phone right now.
Yeah, that was a good year. A lot of good things. Still good to go. The guy said it's not that old. He said when it comes to these things, it's not as old as my, BlackBerry that I got. I almost was going to pull that out on him. But he goes, "No, you use that phone if you feel comfortable with it." Plus, he said you don't need all the updates on, they'll try to get you with the camera and everything else. This is a salesman. He should have been selling me a phone, right? But he was a very kind young man. I was very excited about how quick I was in and out of there.
There you go. That's great. He didn't hack your phone. That's awesome. All right, we'll see how long it works. It's funny, like phone deals are typically 2-year contracts. So most people replace their phones every 2 years. That's obviously not including people who break their phone, lose their phone, and they got to go get a new one. It's a hell of a run for you that you're going into year 9 with the same device.
Oh, hell, even before that, the one I had was, I mean, it was a little tiny thing. It was, I mean, you couldn't even see the screen. It was cracked and everything else. This one's good, man.
BlackBerry?
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't have a BlackBerry. I had the like 2 or 3 of this
really
deal.
Yeah, I was proud of myself because I had an iPhone 11 until last year, and the 11 came out in 2019. So I had a 6-year run, and I'm like, damn, I didn't break this thing. I didn't lose this thing. I didn't jump in a sorority pool with this thing. I would have been a little creepier outside of college, I guess, doing that. But I kept it the whole time. I was like, damn, that's great. And you've gone 9 years. You got me beat. Well done.
Yeah, and I'll go 12 more. I'll go 3 more years with it if I get to live that long for sure. So I never had a pager. No beeper? No. I was never selling weed, so I never had a pager or a beeper.
You missed out then.
I missed out on the good old days.
Missed out on the good old days, my man. Oh, gosh. All right. Well, shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I don't know how we got there, but they can make merch for you, for your business. If you have a big event coming up, whatever, reach out to Adam. He's become a great friend, big Longhorn fan, goes to a bunch of Texas games, football, baseball, basketball. 512-300-9641. That's a cell number. Call him, text him, let him know what you need. He'll get it to you. And we've got a couple people texting in and commenting in, wondering what's going to happen with the futures of all of us on TSU. Again, Bucky and I will be making an announcement tomorrow. I do not want to speak for anybody else. I've heard some of the other guys on their respective shows talk about what's next for them. If you can't listen to every second of every show, what are you doing? No, we get it. Make sure you follow everybody on social media. Like that's the best way. If you can't catch every show, that's the best way to stay in touch with us and to know what everybody has going on beyond this week. And everybody has something going on beyond this week too. That's obviously worth following. So check them out on social media. Just search their names. You could find their accounts. And again, that's a good way to know what's going on. All right.
Absolutely.
Paul Finebaum, Buck. How you still watch this show, right? I'm not making that up.
I do. I just knew a couple months ago it sounded like he was getting into politics and that his show was going to end sometime in 2026. But as you said, I haven't heard anything lately, and I still hear the crazies on his show. I mean, he has some really interesting people, that know a lot about the SEC. And it's not just football. I mean, it's volleyball, swimming, it's everything on his show. But the majority of people are there to talk about Lane Kiffin. Really?
Is it still LSU? Is it LSU or Ole Miss or both?
Ole Miss Lane Kiffin. They just hate that dude.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's how you go from the best coach in school history to the most hated man in the state's history.
Oh, my God.
In the span of 1 week. Lane Kiffin could write a book about that.
He's got some historic callers that are just –
that's the best part, right? Like, I don't watch Paul Finebaum. I'm not a huge fan of his work. I don't disagree with you. He's got some good guests on the show. Paul is obviously a big name, so that – allows him to talk to some pretty impressive people. But the best part, like the only parts that I ever really see is callers.
Oh, yeah.
Right. He takes callers every single day. And sometimes they're normal. They're ordinary. It's no big deal. They're just calling, asking him a question.
There's not many of them that are ordinary. There's always something exceptional about most of his callers that, they gloss themselves with names like Legend and, Sweetness and Handsome George or whatever. I mean, they gloss themselves with some really weird ass names,
You're right. Calling them ordinary, that's a misspeak by me. These are like deep South SEC diehard football fans. That's what we're talking about here. People in Alabama, people in Mississippi, like this is their whole lives, and that's all they got, and they sound and act like it too. This was yesterday, Buck. Vance from Georgia called into the Paul Finebaum show. Yeah, and you hear Paul goes to the call, and we can't play the video because of copyright, but we got the whole sound of this entire conversation. Here is Paul Finebaum yesterday taking a call from Vance out of Georgia.
Hey, Paul. This is an interesting call. About 2 minutes ago, a tree just fell through my bedroom.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah? And I'm a little bit in shock, I guess. I'm in another part of the home, and I heard and, of course, felt this noise. And also heard this boom.
So your first inclination was to wait to go on the Finebaum show? Is that it?
I don't know what else the hell to do. Didn't hurt either one of my dogs, and I'm like, well, there's nothing I can do right this second. That's why I didn't hang up the phone and panic. So my point is, didn't LSU last year, you know these facts and I don't, didn't they have like the largest portal class or one of the biggest ones coming
they sure
in?
did. Most certainly they did.
So and he went on to talk.
They don't care, man. They just go on. That's like if you and I were taking calls, we would just be rambling. Half the time we would be talking, we'd be missing out on some really good sports stuff, but we'd be talking about life things. Oh, it just happened. Hey, my dog just got run over by the bus, or what? I mean, it'd be stuff like that. They do that, and a lot of those old dudes that call there, they're just coming out, just like me. If I come from my urologist, I'm going to tell you everything that happened. These guys are telling Finebaum on his national show about, well, I've got a enlarged prostate that I've got to get fixed, Paul. And then all the callers will call in and they will bless the guy like they're the Pope. You know what I mean? I mean, it's the craziest stuff. That's why I love it. It's just random people. They will have their sports take, but they'll be telling you about their life,
Hey.
And all the callers know about the other guy's life. That's the thing. And they got ladies that call in there.
It just means more, Buck.
It does, man. And their lives mean more to each other, And I truly believe that those crazy ass people that call that show really care about each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they wish everybody well, but they hate their opponents and stuff. And that thing is, and Finebaum is so Alabama centric,
Right.
So he gets a lot of Georgia people calling there and giving him all kinds of crap.
Oh, for sure. Look, he plays to his audience. He plays the hits. That's what Paul Finebaum does a great job of.
He will get people from Austin calling in about Texas,
Yeah.
And they all hate Texas.
Dude, he does such a good job of pissing people off. He knows it too. Like when Indiana won the national championship, well, Indiana's not an SEC school. So, of course, Finebaum's going to take a shot. And he's like, that was just a novelty. That was a one-off. That was a fluke. And everyone gets so mad. Like, how could you say that? This guy sucks. It's like, no, he knows exactly what he's doing. He plays to his audience, and he does it very well.
Yeah, and he plays to the audience of Bama fans that want this coach out. He just revs them up, but then he talks about how, give him a chance. He knows exactly what to do.
Hey, you could question now if the SEC is still the best conference in college football. Obviously, the Big Ten's won 3 straight national championships, so a lot of people are starting to shift to them. You can't question who has the best fans in college football.
Oh, no. Oh, there's no doubt.
SEC fans are on another level. And that works baseball, basketball, too. It is just another level of fan.
I always get a treat, BK, out of the ones that call from South Carolina trying to make their football program into something that it's not. I just you guys have got to be kidding me. Quit doing that. Nobody wants to hear you talk about how you're better than Clemson. Well, Clemson's not anything anymore right now. So quit doing that. Quit calling that show and talking about we will be there. South Carolina, yeah, we're going to get there. Not with that dude, you're not.
No, you got to have a comedic element on the show, I guess. And it's South Carolina fans thinking they're good every year.
Oh, that's they're the ones that make me laugh. You don't get very many Aggies that call into that show. They must have they have their own culture. They don't want to call in shows. They must have enough going down to College Station.
They just hit up Texags all the time.
They spend their time on that. They don't have time for the Finebaum show.
Maybe they know nobody cares. Maybe the Aggies do call in. Maybe the Aggies do call in, and Finebaum's like, nobody wants to talk about them. So
it may be. I think it may be that may be the case because they very seldom have people calling in from College Station or talking about the Aggies. And if they do, they're like, nobody cares. We don't care. We're not letting you know what's going on in our conference anyway.
Dude, the funniest part of this entire thing, I mean, it's all hilarious. That guy, at the end of it, when he finally got to his question, he's like, didn't LSU have like a big portal class last year? Like the guy, he could have Googled that at any time. It was the most basic question ever that
He's got
he asked.
a tree through his bedroom. And I'm not in any panic. I don't know what to do. Dude, I would be in such a panic.
As Jake said, did he forget the number to 911?
Yeah, he had Finebaum's number down.
So, you got to call somebody besides Finebaum to say, like, shit, there's a tree that just, hey, no Indiana fans doing that, Paul.
Yeah, that's right, Paul.
That tree ain't played nobody, Paul.
Oh, I go through that at least once a day where I would listen. And that dude's show seems to be on for like 8 hours.
I got to check it out more, apparently. I mean, one more time, we'll play at least part of this.
Hey, Paul. This is an interesting call. About 2 minutes ago, a tree just fell through my bedroom.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah? And I'm a little bit in shock, I guess. I'm in another part of the home, and I heard and, of course, felt this noise. And also heard this boom.
So your first inclination was to wait to go on the Finebaum show? Is that it?
I don't know what else the hell to do. Didn't hurt either one of my dogs, and I'm like, well, there's nothing I can do right this second. That's why I didn't hang up the phone and panic. So my point is, didn't LSU last year, you know these facts and I don't, didn't they have like the largest portal class or one of the biggest ones coming in?
That should be like, so what? Dude, you got a tree in your bedroom.
That's so great. I mean, that is the guy screening the call. I wonder if, Vance from Georgia told the call screener, like, I just had a tree in my place. Or if he just like threw that on Paul Finebaum once he went on the air. Either way.
I guarantee you he threw that on Paul just to see, let Paul react to that.
That is so funny, man. That is so funny. Classic.
Yeah, I kind of enjoy it. I just don't listen to a long period of time.
Yeah. Yeah, there's only so much of that.
I'm like one of those guys. I want to tell you stories about my left leg, my knee, or my back or something. I'm like one of those guys. So I don't want to spend the time listening to these other guys' pain, It's
a good point.
But they are funny. They are some real characters. There's this guy named Legend that comes on there. They've got all. I just love the names, how they gloss themselves this and that. Gloss himself as Legend. He's a knucklehead.
That's a Bama guy, right?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, it's great. That is great. All right. Well, there you go. Real quick, Buck. Tonight, the Texas basketball team back at it. Speaking of Alabama, they're on the road in the state of Alabama, taking on Auburn. 6 o'clock tip, thankfully, on ESPN2, thankfully. Texas, a 5.5-point underdog in this one tonight. Auburn has won 3 in a row. They started 1-3 in SEC play. They've won 3 in a row, including a very nice win at Florida over the weekend. Florida, the defending champs. It felt like the Gators had kind of turned a corner, and they looked like the best team in the SEC. And then Auburn went there and kind of controlled that game and won. So the Tigers playing some good basketball right now.
Yeah, I'd like to see how Texas tonight, BK, if they're still cutting to the hoop, going through the lane, not being selfish with the ball, but sharing the ball with open guys and hitting open guys without guys, getting the ball intercepted, turning the ball over. It'll be interesting if they can go back-to-back games like that, or do they, just start fouling the living shit out of people again.
Big question, right? I mean, Texas is coming off their best half of the year. You can't call it their best game of the year because the first half against Georgia was not good. They were down by 7 at recess. But, yeah, they outscored Georgia 57-30 in the second half. You're right. I mean, the ball movement was great on offense. They locked things down defensively. They did just about everything right for a full 20-minute stretch against a very solid Georgia team, and they turned that into a blowout victory. Now, here's the one thing that concerns me. Well, there's a couple of things that concern me, but Auburn is not ranked, Buck.
Yes.
Texas is 3-1 against ranked SEC teams. They are 0-3 against unranked SEC teams.
Well, yeah, that's why I said if they do those things, and that means they may have turned the corner and got their stuff together. They understand each other a little bit better.
Yeah.
It's been a slow process. It's almost like Coach says with the fouls. We've done it from game one, the first game till whatever, and they still do it. But I think it's been a pretty quick process of them getting to kind of know each other. I think we saw that in that last half of basketball the other day. And if they can continue that, this team will be okay.
They'll be okay. I mean, Georgia shot 25 free throws, which is still more than Sean Miller, I think, would like. Now, it was 35 against Kentucky in the loss last week, so obviously a step in the right direction. But scary part about Auburn, they are top 5 in the country in free throw rate. So is Texas, right? Texas gets to the free throw line a ton on offense. Texas is 4th in that. Auburn is 5th in that. Yes. So this is a strength on weakness when it comes to strength of Auburn being getting to the line, weakness of Texas. So they still got that virus of fouling way too much. So you cannot let this be a 30-plus free throw type of game like you had the last time you were on the road in Lexington. They got a player, Keyshawn Hall, who's a freaking stud. 6'7", 240s, big, fast, strong.
Strong on the boards.
Yeah, 20 points per game guy. Like he's a stud. One of the best players in the SEC, probably first team.
I just want to know how often I see number 7 in the game. I don't need to see a lot of him.
You just can't bank on the Texas bench at all. Like,
no.
Kendall Weaver's going to get you something because he's Kendall Weaver, but Traore, Wilcher, even Heidi, who does start, like you got 5 guys basically every night.
Let me ask you this. Why is that dude a starter? What is it that he brings? Does he bring points to the table? When he's good, is he a good 3-point shooter? Because I haven't seen one of those games where he's just been unbelievable.
He's a great 3-point shooter.
He's had illnesses and sicknesses and things like that lately.
Oh, he did have, he missed the first half of the Kentucky game battling flu-like symptoms.
Well, he better say I never had the flu then.
You're right. Maybe he didn't. That was his mistake. Had 6 points against Georgia, averages 6.2. He's a 48% 3-point shooter. Like that's very good. That's elite. Now he doesn't shoot a ton of them, but like that's why he's out there. He's a good shooter who can space the floor.
He's not out there to defend anybody.
No, it's annoying too because he's a very good athlete. Like he's a good dunker. You look at him, he's white, so you're like, eh. But unfortunately, he's not a great like defender. So he's a great athlete, but he's not. You don't have a lot of lateral quickness to keep guys in front of him on the defense.
It sounds like four out of the 5 guys that they have out on the court most of the time.
Yeah, well, that's why their defense is 99th according to KenPom in the country. By the way, the Texas offense, and the Longhorns haven't played since Saturday, but a lot of other teams have. The Longhorns offense right now currently ranks 9th in efficiency on KenPom.
They just got to do what they did the other day, man. Just move through the lane, hit those guys, let them get their little 8-foot jumpers.
Amazing.
Everybody's been crashing the boards, but you better get those rebounds when you don't have those guys back defending.
I know. Yep. Rebounding's key. Auburn's a good rebounding team. They've got some size. And again, I mean, Texas right now kind of right on that tournament cut line. A lot of basketball left, but this would be a nice win on the road, a quadrant 1 victory for Texas, beating a tournament team in their house. Would love to have this one. I mean, right now, again, Texas is last 4 in, first 4 out. According to most bracketologists, you get a win tonight. Of course, you could give it all up with a loss to a crappy OU team on Saturday. But you win tonight, then Texas will be kind of safely in the next round of bracketologies.
No doubt. Rodney would be Ronnie on the Finebaum show.
Rodney would be Ronnie on the Finebaum show.
Yeah,
well, he's Ronnie here. He's Ronnie on this show. What do you mean?
Ronnie, it's Ronnie from Austin area here.
Hey, that's not
the area.
I got my start calling you guys on the Blitz.
Oh my God!
So I guess I kind of was like that, So
that show's amazing to me. I get a kick out of it.
That's amazing right there, that guy. And then he goes immediately into his question. Didn't LSU have the business?
You have all the facts and I don't. Did LSU have a good portal class last year, Paul?
Half of my house is ripped down with this tree in my bedroom.
Tree just fell through his place. I want to show you all this. Wags and Rodney, I feel like you guys are typically more homebodies anyways.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit.
Have y'all done any driving these last 2 days?
Yes, I actually did. I went out when it was coming down just to see how bad it was. Okay. I'm one of those guys.
You just want to see.
I just want to see how nobody's out anyways. You know what I mean? I just want to go do some donuts a few times.
Okay. Double R. I know you drove back from Odessa Saturday night, so I guess you dealt with that.
Well, but then I got in the little car. I've been out every day since I've been back for some reason, and I got to tell you, and this is not, I'm not advising people to do this. I wouldn't advise my clients to do this, but when I go out, if I think I see an ice patch and there's nobody around, I hit the gas. Just to see what happens, to see if it's going to, whatever,
You're not caring about the ditch over there to the right there. You're not worried about that ditch.
It's usually at a low speed, like in the neighborhood. I make sure there's no, elderly ladies walking their dogs or anything.
There you go.
Hit it.
The elderly.
Well, maybe this is you then, Double R, because we got back-to-back clips of some drivers in Austin having some trouble with the ice. Now, there's no sound here, so we could talk while this is going on. There's 2 cars, and it's looped together. But look at this. This is from Monday, a couple of days ago. Look at this car.
How steep is that incline? Holy
Dude, that is out of control, and that is fast.
I was going to say, is that AI? But that's not AI.
No, this is real. There's some guy filming. I can't exactly tell
And
which
he
tree
missed
this
all
is.
of those trees.
Yeah, somehow. Here's another one. Here's another car going backwards, spinning.
That looks like over on Southwest Parkway.
They lost all their momentum, or they stopped. You know what I mean? They got to the top of that. That's what happened. They tried to crest that hill. They got to the apex and they just started.
Dude, that thing is spinning fast. And how lucky is this guy that it just like rests up against a curb?
Yeah.
Instead of hitting a tree.
None of them hit a tree, right? None of them hit anything.
I mean, those spins right there. If you hit that tree spinning, you could die from that.
Right. No tree. It didn't roll. Right. A car could have rolled over from something like that. Like it just
looked like
God
Kyle Larson
was on their
after he
side.
wins the race. Yeah. Kyle Larson does those donuts. That's what that looks like.
Yeah, no, honestly, this first one.
I mean, he should have crushed that pole or tree, whatever that was.
He almost hit that one tree head on coming down at first and missed them all.
How scary did that 4 or 5 seconds have to be for that driver?
Yeah. The dude in the SUV is lucky that thing didn't tip over. You know,
that's just kind of luck right there.
Here's the SUV one again.
And kept it in the roadway too, man. That's
look at the momentum of that thing spinning.
What do you do in this situation? Do you even hold the wheel, or do you just let go and pray?
Let go and let God, right? I mean,
Jesus take the wheel,
right? You look at the people walking; they're having trouble just finding their traction, getting up on a damn sidewalk.
Yeah,
right. Also, this classic here, classic world we live in right now. Because there's a guy filming. This is not like a Ring camera. There is someone on his phone. So instead of, going up to the top of the hill, maybe warning cars, you don't want to deal with this.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, who's next? Who's next? Let me film.
Oh, yeah.
This guy.
This is going to be great for my Instagram. Oh, man, I'm going to get 6 followers here.
No,
there's been some blood on that dude's hands if one of those cars went into a tree.
Right. Yeah. The only time you keep filming is like when we were watching that fight with all them girls downtown. Then you keep fighting. Let them fight, and then you help at the end.
Oh, I don't think I have that one queued up anymore. I'll bring that back for tomorrow. That was a good one. Yeah, like that one. All right. You don't want to get involved. If you get involved there, you're going to get your ass beat.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're not jumping now.
If you could just walk up to the top of the hill, you don't have to get in your car and do it. You just walk up to the top of the hill and flag some people down, then you could save somebody's life there.
That's right.
But no, why do that?
Yeah.
Why do that? Why do that when you can do this, boys?
Why? Yeah. Why get
all about, man?
Why subject yourself to that?
Buck, you see what this is? I got 2 cameras on the back of my phone. Do you have any?
See what this is? I have 1.
I got 3.
Oh, we got 3.
Oh, look at you. Look. No, I'm good. I'm good with this.
Is that a new phone? You get a new phone, Buck?
No, I just got a SIM card in mine. A new one. That's all I needed. The guy said that's all you need.
Bucky was calling it a simp card earlier.
Oh, the SIM card.
A SIM card. I had to get a new SIM card.
The
SIM card, yeah.
Now you can sin as much as you want now.
Hell yeah!
You just got to download. You just got to download the sins onto your computer. That's all. Watch them a few times
over and over again. No, I don't. I said I don't need the fancy camera. A camera is a camera. I got a separate camera away from my phone. I got a little deal that I got a long time ago that I still use. That works fine. I don't need very much to a phone. I just need to get my email and do text. I'm a text guy. I like text messaging. Or I'll call 10 times a day. Called BK yesterday and said, "What happened to him? Is he dead?"
Yeah, that happened.
I like sexting.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Explain that to the Buck, Wags.
So sexting is where you're talking a little dirty to your girl on the phone, you know what I mean? And she gives you a little bit back. And it's a little repartee, you know what I mean? A little something to get the juices flowing before you get into the battleground. You know what I mean?
Can you do that with your wife? Do they like that?
You're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do.
I hope that's what Wags is doing. Otherwise, he just admitted something he wasn't supposed to admit on the show.
Girl. I'm like, okay, which girl is this? Is this your wife?
I've never tried that with my wife.
No, my OnlyFans girls, you know that. My OnlyFans.
Hey, a little tit for tat if you catch my drift.
I may do that. just send a little something on a text message to her.
Here's
and then
one
get
more.
Oh my
That's
God.
That's a big SUV there.
Jason just sent us this one. Uh-oh, we got cars here.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, there's a guy walking there. Oh, shoot. That one
You're never supposed to get out of that car. Isn't that right, Ronnie? Don't get out of the car.
Right. Stay in there. And the thing is, when you spin, so what they teach you, like in racing, if you're going to hit something, that's when you take your hands off the wheel. But if you're just spinning, you can try to correct it if you want. But if there's contact, come and let go, because you could break your fingers, especially if you're holding on like this. So
by the way, I've been in one with the airbag. That thing is not pleasant.
That thing knock your ass out.
Oh man, you're talking about slapping you in the face now, breaking your face.
Yeah.
Don't let that airbag. Don't let your face be a part of that.
It's safe.
Yeah.
You might break your face from the airbag, but it is.
Yeah, it's safe. It's safe for you, but man,
no teeth. Teeth are gone, but you lived.
I've had that thing explode in my face before.
Oh,
yeah,
man. All right. Sorry to interrupt the phone sex convo. That was good stuff.
I'm
I guess we know what Wags is doing starting next week. He's gonna have 1-800-WAGOO.
Wagyu.
Oh yeah, you want
beef.
some of this?
Do you want the right
Wagyu beef?
Come get this Wagyu beef. You can have all the other beef out there, but the Wagyu beef.
I'm trying to figure out. Can I go ask my wife what to say to her first?
No, you gotta just go in. You can't ask like how to do it. You gotta just be confident and be a man and go do it.
Yeah, I mean, I could be a man, but I could be a dead man.
But then remember, don't send a picture of your Lockhart sausage, because that shit will stay in the cloud forever.
No. Never any pictures. No.
The cloud's right.
Only one picture I have that was out, and that was back in college days. One picture, one photo that ended up being like the size of the computer, black and white, from somebody. They showed it to me later during the course of my being at the college. After I said, "Nah, we're not going to make it," that came back to haunt me.
We're not going to make it.
Wait, what?
Would they pull it up in class or what?
No. She just brought it to my attention. I still have a picture of you. And I'm like, that picture? She goes, oh, yeah, I still have that one, the big blown up one. I'm like, yeah, probably. Let's burn that together sometime.
Now we know where the blue bonnets come from, Buck. Huh?
Yeah.
You had a D pic that went around your college campus?
It went to one person.
Was it a Polaroid or what? I mean,
yeah, it was a big. It was like
back in the day, right?
It was a black and white, like that she had blown up. She says, "Isn't that something?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's something." Now that we're no longer seeing each other, can it be something at the bonfire or something?
Bucky, how do you tuck it in your sock?
No, I don't. I don't go through all of that. But I'm just saying, it was that thing was around for a long time, and I was always wondering if that thing was ever gonna. That person I never made enemies with that person.
Yeah, I bet.
Just a regular old breakup. You move on, you get old, but that person wouldn't keep something like that, would they?
Oh, well, just so you know, she's not the only person who's seen that.
Right. There's probably copies of it. Right?
You're acting like she didn't show her friends like back in the day. Come on, man.
Yeah.
We're not talking about a water painting here or a oil painting here. This has been something that's been.
It wasn't a picture. It wasn't an oil painting of MLK or anything.
There could be copies too. There could be
no.
Made.
No, people don't do that to people.
Yeah, they do.
No, of course not.
Rodney does. Rodney does it all the time.
That's not nice. That's not right.
Oh my God. All right.
All right, boys. Have a great day.
That's incredible. We'll let y'all get to it. See y'all tomorrow.
Later, boys. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another Hump Day edition of Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's Double R, my partner in crime. You can hit us up on Twitter at the Not the Fake Wags, and then on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. And then my partner in crime, the Rodney Rodriguez. Excuse me, the Rodney R on Instaface, and then on Brand X, and then on Instaface at _ Rodney R. You'd think by doing it for 3 years I'd have it memorized by now, but I have to go look at it still. Smash that subscribe button if you haven't done so already, and then hit us up on that coded text line 512-222-9328. All right, amigo, where do you want to go first? We had some coaching news in the NFL. We got our guy. Texas got our guy. We got the guard that we needed. We'll talk about Seymour here in just a little bit too. And what he can bring to the table, what what that offensive line might look like looking into 2026. We'll get all that for you. We had some NBA last night. Capitals got melted on the ice by Seattle there. McCann just having one hell of a night last night. 4 points for that dude. We'll talk about it in a little bit and get all your thoughts and everything that we need to get off the slate for this hump day. Which you want to go first, amigo? Where you want to go?
Let's Glenn, you know what? I'm going to find y'all one for tomorrow.
Do we have an athlete? I mean, you can't just go to a Bella Danger because she's not.
No.
She's not an athlete. We need Olympics are coming up. There should be some athletes around.
We'll do it Friday. For the finale. First, Wags, before we get into the sports, I have to apologize, like Steve Harvey said.
Steve, why do you got to apologize, Steve?
Because all week, Adam, I've been asking you the temperature of your pool, and you tell me about 29.
But 29 degrees.
29 degrees, right? Monday, my big ass mouth says, just like Twin Peaks, 29-degree beer. Yesterday, Twin Peaks, Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
No. All of them?
All of them.
They're going to stay open. So good with all those calendars.
They're going to stay open until they can figure out what they're going to do in the financial situations. But everything was fine until I brought them up on here.
20. So what they make it? What are they announcing then? That they're struggling financially? They're not closing.
They're going to have to figure out how to restructure or close them all down. And of course,
they're filing for bankruptcy, right? But they're not. So in this moment, they're putting everything on hiatus. They're not, closing their buildings down. But if they can't figure it out, are we just in a holding pattern now? So we can't get our naughty brunettes.
I think they have a little grace period in there to where they have time to restructure is apparently what's happening. And see, this also comes on the heels. When I was in Tulsa, I was talking to a girl that works at Twin Peaks. I wasn't at Twin Peaks because there was not one in Tulsa.
Whatever, dude, you don't have to lie. No. Or we all know you. You can just tell it like it is.
There's not one in Tulsa.
It's okay to go to Twin Peaks. It's all right, especially when they're sponsored.
There's not one until the closest one was Oklahoma City, 129
Billionaire bacon is some of the best bacon I've ever had. It's not a bad, like Rodney, don't be embarrassed. Don't be ashamed.
Okay. So the Hooters girls were telling us in Tulsa, we ran Twin Peaks out of Tulsa. And this is Hooters that is down to, the Round Rock one's still open, but that's about one of the only ones.
How are restaurants still a thing?
I know, right? It's like if you want, I had a buddy that messaged me about the Twin Peaks thing. He's like, this is where I go for my birthday. I'm like, dude, go to a tit joint. I mean, if you want to see breasts, go see.
You probably, I mean, honestly, you're probably getting better food at the Gentlemen's Club, right?
Cheaper.
I mean, they're known for their great breakfast.
Yeah.
Aren't Gentlemen's Club known for their great breakfast buffet if you stay all night?
A steak.
Or steak or something. Yeah, I mean, damn. Yeah,
Steve,
Chapter
7 is not going anywhere. That's my jam. Fox 7. I'm an honorary Fox 7 person. Honorary Fox 7.
Oh, I thought they were saying Channel 7 is going away too. Fox.
Oh, I thought he meant Channel 7. I thought somebody was talking about Fox 7. Oh, Chapter 7. Okay, so anyway, I just wanted to apologize there for ruining that great business for so many people. Sorry.
Oh, what is Glenn saying? We used to run code to calls at Hooters.
Now that Hooters over there.
What is code to calls?
I don't know what that means, but I can tell you that Hooters over there was one of the best Hooters. I've been to a lot of Hooters. That Hooters there in downtown Austin, right there off Riverside by the Palmer Event Center and all of that. That was a bitchin' Hooters right there. The location was great. The food was good. The talent was really good. That was a sad day when that one went away.
We used to run code to call? What does that mean? I don't know what that means, Glenn.
APD.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh my goodness. Oh, nice.
Gotcha.
Nice. Lights and sirens.
That's hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. Just that sucks for Twin Peaks was a go-to, man. There's a lot of Sundays. We did some Cowboy Sundays over there.
Remember that? Yeah. That food ain't bad.
Actually, I enjoy a good little sampler, or what do they call it? The sampler platter?
Yeah, the one that's got a little bit of everything on it. Yeah, the different delicacies. Yeah, I don't mind that place. And seriously, if you want to go, if you were going to go for the restaurant part of it, that was the better. I mean, compared to like Hooters, I guess. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Remember when they had the tilted kilt here in Round Rock?
No, I do not. Now that is something I've never. It's always cool to go to one, once or twice just to see, kind of like the atmosphere and just see like the theme and the vibe of it. And yes, and to check out the talent, yes,
of course.
But I remember, check out the sampler platter. You know what I mean? It's always good to see that. I really like the stuff that I liked from Twin Peaks were just little finger foods. I didn't really have their burgers or anything like that. The billionaire bacon was pretty decent, but I mean, you had to pay $10 just for the billionaire bacon. And their beer, like the Naughty Brunette, like I loved it was their own kind of microbrewer, right? If I'm not mistaken, their own kind of brewery there. But yeah, the beer was always good, but I can't really say that I dabbled too much into their food. Like in Hooters, like Hooters food, like breaded, like looking back on it now, when I was in my 20s and shit, sure, Hooters was acceptable, I guess. But I mean, with all these wing places or good wing places around here now, like, how are you picking Hooters over everything? How are you picking Hooters over Pluckers? How are you picking Hooters over Wingstop?
Yeah. Anchor Bar here in Round Rock
especially when you have these things now that you can, if you really want to go see some breasts or a restaurant, just go to Instagram. Rodney, tell them all about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy, it's free. I mean, but now I will tell you that when I was iced in Odessa, there was the Hooters. It was very close. It was 2 blocks away. So I went over there and I had Daytona wings with their curly fries with that special seasoning on there, and that was good. I mean, that was good, and it was cheap. I went at lunchtime and had a beer or two at lunch. Anyway, whatever. But I was iced in.
I haven't been to a Hooters since I was probably my first year, a boot in the Marine Corps.
I go back
probably 20 through 25 years, dude. It's been that long.
I go back to lose the pantyhose. I mean,
that's a weird look. That's just a weird look, man.
I don't like that vibe, man. It's like the little outfits are great and everything, and I think
bombshells. There's another one. I just looked up. Yeah, I've looked up restaurants around Austin here. Bombshells too. I guess that's a military theme.
That's in Pflugerville. That's right there next to Mas Fajitas, where the Cheddar's is. Right there at Howard Lane.
Cheddar's.
Yeah. Now that's a cool little spot. The food is really good there too. I've done some fantasy football drafts there, and obviously that's why my teams suck. But anyway, so I'm sorry, Twin Peaks. I didn't mean to do that to you.
It's all Rodney's fault. Hey, you paying attention to the transfer portal at all?
Hey, we got an interior lineman. Maybe.
Got the guard we were looking for, man. Absolutely nailed him. Lawrence Seymour, second team All Conference USA.
Western
Kentucky. This is exactly the guy we were looking for. I shouldn't, you know what, dude? I'm happy. It sucks. It's probably, third or fourth on the target board that you were going after here. But yeah, I guess now we can see a little bit of how this line's going to shape up offensively, right? You're going to have Gooseby still at left tackle. You'd like to think that we found our left guard here with Seymour, Robertson at center here, and then Baker right guard. Maybe slide him down, let him play a little bit of right guard, and then I guess we got dude, and the dude from God, why is his name eluding me right now?
The tackle,
Samaya, or I can't.
Samaje P. Ryan? No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah, or Simile or something like I can't think of the damn last name at the moment. But yeah, it looks like the offensive line starting to shape up a little bit. Some misses. Of course, everybody wanted Lynch. Like Bray Lynch was probably everybody's number one target for left guard, especially, being a hometown guy from Westlake and coming off of that national championship team of Indiana. Of course, you kind of want that type of pedigree on the offensive line or something to kind of anchor down that offensive line. But yeah, I guess we're starting to see a little bit of how it's shaping up. Your thoughts on the get there from Western Kentucky?
I think it's, and again, I guess that he still has to be cleared, or not cleared, but he has to be approved, or whatever they do. But I like it, because that really is the thing where you look at it essentially with the struggles on the offensive line. now you've got three, if you really look at the true position of them, you've got three really good left tackles. And again, one of them will go over to right tackle, and then you slide in the interior as you need it. And you fill a piece with an interior lineman right here when you go out and you get this dude to come in. You've got a veteran center. I guess what is he, fifth year senior?
Yeah, I think he's probably got the most. I don't know if Robertson has the most starts.
Yeah.
Or not. I think he does. I think he's got the most starts here for the line for Texas.
Yeah. But the other part about it is where I go on the offensive side right there, where you're building.
I don't know if Gooseby called up to him when he was sitting on when he wasn't playing. That's my only question here.
Yeah,
if Gooseby actually called up on starts.
And I think where this is also imperative is that you've also beefed up your running back room. Right. So essentially, you've made all of the interior better to where you have 2 or 3 options at running back, and you have a pretty solid offensive line. And I think that falls in line better.
I don't know if I can go with pretty. I mean, I think we're gonna have to see the tail of the tape here, but I don't know if I can go with pretty solid. Right? Like, is this a better line than last year's line?
Absolutely. I think that you have more pieces in place. I mean, we saw once the offensive line saw that cohesiveness after Florida when some of that started working out. But I think on paper, this seems to be possibly the best group that you could have. Again, once you get on the field, it's a whole different thing. Other than Trevor Gooseby, I think everything else will work out well. The guard play was going to be extremely important because, like, what people don't realize, a lot of people don't realize what the guard is. Yeah, you need the guard to not only work in the trenches, but you need a quick guard that's able to pull, that's able to get out and move around. It's got to be pretty damn athletic. And that's a lot when you're talking about a 260, 300-pound dude to get out there and be athletic. But the guard does so much, where you look at the left tackle, what protects the quarterback's backside. Well, yeah, that's great. But you need a guard that's going to get out and set that play up. And
yeah, for sure. What's Siani? Siani's close to 330, right? Siani's 6'7", big ass body, big ass frame. So you'd like to think that he and Baker, you'd be able to run behind there on the right side.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing with Brandon Baker. I think that Brandon Baker, develop. You've got to develop this line. This is now where we're going back to these pieces are here. How are you going to work with it?
I think it's a wild conversation to be having, to developing anybody in Arch Manning's potential last year. Like, I don't think Arch Manning's going to be, coming back or being retained for another season after this is my dude's last season, or our dude's last season here. Sucks that we missed on a few of our guys. I guess, we can sit here and go to the old adage that, someone's trash is another person's treasure. But if you're Texas, like, should you be, satisfied with getting someone else's leftovers when you should be the first pick? That's my problem, or that's my thing here. And honestly, like, if we're really struggling to land some of the dudes, if we're with the brand that Texas has and the war chest that Texas supposedly has, if we're struggling to get, pick of the litter and have to settle for scraps, I think that's a big concern. That's a red flag. And I don't know if that's either an evaluation problem or something, with the coaching staff, but it's clear that we're missing on key coveted pieces, not just 1 year in a row, and then twice, 2 years in a row now, to where you didn't get the pick of the litter that you wanted for your offensive line. And hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us in the ass in 2026 like it did in 2025.
That needs to be a priority. I mean, you can have all the shiny stars and you can have all the Cadillacs and Bentleys and all these different things, but you got to have those 4x4s that are going to be the ones that pull you out of the snow and pull you out of the mud and pull you out of the other shit. I mean, because that's where you're going to win football games. But with the offensive line that's been put together right here and the possibilities that have been thrown around of who's going to play where, I think that where Texas is in a better spot right now is that you do have a more seasoned Arch Manning that is a hell of a lot better acclimated as the starter in the offense, and his abilities have been honed a lot better than they were last year, which kind of will make some of those expectations a little bit more believable or a little more realistic, I guess I should say. But to your point, that's a very good point there that you shouldn't be lacking, especially here, especially when you have what is that thing, pancake U, or what do they call that over there? I mean, you've got that's there. You should focus on getting that. And I don't think, I mean, I keep hearing, with National Signing Day and all that, especially these days. I mean, you're not going to get somebody that's going to come fresh out of high school.
But what we have on the roster right now is probably what we're going to roll out.
Yeah. You're not going to find a kid that's been playing in the greater Houston area that's going to pop right in with this competition and become a game one starter. That just doesn't happen.
Lawrence Seymour comes in, he joins, what this now the fourth or fifth transfer lineman in here. Sikorsky, the dude from Oregon, Sikorsky. Hold on, I had the list pulled up here. Let me scroll down. Yeah, Jonte Newman, Dylan Sikorsky, Melvin Ciani. Now with the fourth, offensive lineman added in the transfer portal here with Lawrence Seymour. Yeah, starting to shape up. Not exactly the way that we wanted it to be calloused for next season, but at least it is an improvement. The starting five is an improvement of the offensive line. We'll see. Yeah, man. Again, don't sleep on it, man. The offensive line should be the first thing that you're trying to figure out. You should be building your team, your roster from inside out. That's just football 101. I don't know why we continue to keep building it from outside in. Yeah. But yes, quarterback should be the first person that you're trying to solidify. But also, guys, if we all know this, man, if you don't have the people up front blocking for them, you're not going to get productivity with yardage. So.
You got to have that. I mean, because we've seen so many different times to where an amazing offensive line can take a quarterback that maybe doesn't have the ability of an Arch Manning or insert amazing quarterback, and that offensive line can make the quarterback or the running back or whoever it is, they can really make them look unbelievable. I mean, I go back to the Great Wall of Dallas. I mean, that Troy Aikman doesn't have numbers that blow you off the map,
right.
But you look at what he did, and it was because of that offensive line. I know that's the NFL, but you have to start there. That truly is the root of your garden, of your farm, that's going to grow you on the offensive side. So, yeah, disappointing, but at least there's some depth now. At least you've got some pieces there to maneuver around with. Where last year you're one injury away from being fucked.
Right. Yeah. Now you got a little bit of depth, I would think. So, so he was heralded as second team all conference. USA by Phil Steele. He also has some awards through FWAA All-American second team as well, and the Phil Steele second team award. So yeah, I mean, he's got some starts, 33 starts under his reps, if I read that correctly as well. So, or excuse me, he's appeared in 29 games. 21 starts across 1,388 snaps, 1,388 snaps.
Yeah. And again, this is all pending that he's going to be eligible. So I tell you, I'm sitting here. I feel like I'm sounding pessimistic, but I should,
I should state this. We're in a better situation than we were 2 days ago. The offensive line is in a better state than it was 2 years ago with the addition of Lawrence Seymour.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really is. And you did. You got some good folks in. But the thing about it is, I mean, it gets hard now because, I mean, we talk about the status of Texas and all that, but somehow all of these schools are finding donors that have money. So that makes it, when you get a bigger piece to fall, if you're one of these kids that's looking at a place to go, it's like, well, shit, there's no reason for me to go there because, there's whoever had just went there or whoever's already there. So there's that part of it. And that's why, going back to the thing about trying to find some dude out of high school, that's just not going to happen. So that's where you bring them in, and hopefully you develop them and you start looking at 27, 28, 29 to where you can get them a part of this at that point and keep using the portal. But hey, much better place, I think, than before.
Yes, we are. You know what? You're going to be in a much better place if you call our guy Hurricane Hecht. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your personal go-to injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans, wearing that burnt orange suit, strolling and strutting into the courtroom. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and you'll see that with that burnt orange suit. Again, any type of personal injury at all, just give our guy Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. Email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Aggressive in the courtroom and compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. He's awesome base. He's Texas proud. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let the hurricane blow the case wide open. Again, that lottery number, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. Email again, Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
That's right. Don't forget, friends, about Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Check the weekly specials out right now. They may be having a post-ice weekly special. New pre-owned car, trucks, or SUVs. It's 42 acres of amazing vehicles out there. 86 service bays, everything that you want out there. Now that the ice and the slush is clearing off a little bit, take that beautiful scenic drive out to the beautiful hill country of Central Texas and check out what is the amazing Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Dan. I was watching NBA last night, and actually had the wife watching NBA with me a little bit, and those two popped up on a commercial. She said, "Hey, that's your Covert people." I said, "It sure is." covertbeecave.com. AV consultations, audio-visual consultations, Super Bowl just over a week away. There's probably still time right now if you make that call at 255-8678. Reach out to Tom McKay and his amazing crew that have been doing this since 1989 or 1988, providing the most amazing audio-visual systems. Don't travel. Don't go somewhere to watch the Super Bowl. Don't go to all these restaurants that we're talking about right here. Make your place. Make your place. If you want to turn your place into a restaurant for the Super Bowl, you can do it if you have a Tom McKay system. And I highly recommend that you do that, the Tom McKay part, because it's going to drastically change how you watch sports. I'm excited right now, obviously, with the Super Bowl. The Daytona 500 is coming up right after that. We fire into NASCAR season. The NBA continues. Then we're going to have Major League Baseball that's going to be firing up. It's almost time for pitchers and catchers to report. And I'm going to check all of that out, along with my Pluto TV, Tubi, Netflix, all of that on my Tom McKay.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
That is right. avconsultations.com. McCall Custom Homes. If you're looking to have that home renovation project done, you want a new home, they can take care of that for you too. It's McCall Custom Homes. But like I've been telling you here for the last about 2 years or so, if you have a property that you're sitting on equity, you have value in your home, add more value to your home. Take those spots that you can go in and renovate that add value. Kitchens, primary bathrooms and bedrooms, extra rooms, living spaces, outdoor stuff. You got a beat up patio that needs to get renovated and it needs to be modern and you want to use it once we get into the springtime and so forth again. It's one phone call to make, 512-633-9580. That is McCall Custom Homes. That is our man, Mike McCall. Free estimates right now for TSU listeners. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. I haven't actually asked Mike this, but I'm sure that even after Friday, if you make that call at 512-633-9580, odds are you probably can get a free estimate if you do mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. For 40 years, family owned and operated. It's a father-son team that have been doing it for Central Texans I thought a car just spun out on my road, but no, somebody backing up. For Central Texans like you, like me, like Bucky, Godbolt, and they want to make you a satisfied customer as well. Check all the great Better Business Bureau reviews. Check out all the 5-star Google ratings. It's McCallCustomHomesATX.com, 512-633-9580. McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home. Thanks, CB. 30 years ago today, my team won their last Super Bowl. Yeah.
My dude Patrick is just all about business, bro.
LinkedIn. Nice.
That's the only social media you need. Just making connections out there, man. Rubbing some elbows. Glad handing it out there, man.
I got to tell you, Wags, a while back when I got really, when full disclosure, when my wife said, okay, you need to fucking get your ass in gear, I utilized LinkedIn and it worked.
You found I've never found a job on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is, for me, I feel like LinkedIn is just where you go to be braggadocious about your career.
Everybody
right?
does that, right? It's like
you sit here and say, "Oh, I'm networking. I'm here to help." Oh, well, dude, like if you're, well, I don't know. I guess I'm never on LinkedIn because I'm usually employed, right? So I guess that's going to change here for a little bit. But yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, and then like BK mentioned, and I've gotten this on the Code of Texan a couple
Patrick,
times.
you don't actually, you know what? You're doing yourself great. You're doing great. You don't need social media. You are fine, bud. You are fine.
Yeah. For next moves for everybody on the network, channel into the social medias, and people will let you know what's happening next. Where to find us or whoever. Just check it out there. When announcements are ready to be made, they will be made. Probably there. Probably there.
Where do you want to go next, partner?
Quickly, how in Davy Jones' locker do you leave Bill Belichick not a first ballot Hall of Famer? That's a SpongeBob reference right there.
Do you want my
I want
my shallow and on the surface opinion?
I want your most honest opinion on this, because I get that things were done wrong, and I know what happens in baseball where you got dudes that should be in the Hall of Fame and they're not because of things that they did wrong, even if they saved the game. But this is a good old boy system right here. Bill Polian apparently was the guy that's like, no, not today.
Well, Matumbo, Bill Belichick checks every box.
Yeah,
get in. All right. I thought maybe it was Bill Belichick's pissed some people off through his career. Now he's going to have a little bit of a blemish not being a first ballot Hall of Famer, which is just absolutely complete bullshit, right?
That's
like this is
insulting.
This is the GOAT of NFL coaches. You can sit here and argue for Parcells. You can argue and make the Landry man with the hat argument too. I mean, nobody's done it better than Bill Belichick. In an era of free agency where free agency is basically dominated for 2 decades, the Patriots were able to keep a core nucleus of a team together and come out with the greatest quarterback of all time, which is going to help you collect the Lombardi trophies, but also set up a dynasty, right? Like, but before Belichick was there, we weren't talking about the Patriots being one of the best dynasties, right?
No,
or the best dynasty, right? I still say they're up there with they're in the pantheon with Steelers, and yeah, you shit on it. It's been 30 years, but Dallas has got a big case of Lombardi trophies in there, right? They're like 6, right? If I'm 6, Dallas has 6? 5. Okay, Dallas has 5. Steelers have 6. Everybody's chasing to get to that 7th heaven, right? Yeah, without Belichick being there, of course it takes 2 to tango. You're probably going to need your GOAT quarterback as well, but that dynasty's established because of Bill Belichick.
Yeah, I see and part of the argument was that Bill Polian mainly, which was one of the biggest rivals to the Patriots and Belichick, was like, because of Spygate, you kind of needed to be punished for a year before he got in. and I get all that, but this is at the same time to where, look, I mean, this, and he did it like you're talking about right there. There were the times with the Randy Moss, and there were the different integral parts of this.
1 year, he had one year with Randy Moss. He was able to bring in Corey Dillon for a couple of years. Like usually, it was. I mean, Tom Brady had Deion Branch. Troy. God, I'm blanking on the wide receiver. Troy Brown. Like they weren't like big names, big wide receiver names.
Yeah, and this is where you go to this whole argument to where with these guys, was it Brady, was it Bill, and was it Kraft? Look, it was a culmination of
it was the entire franchise, man.
Right.
You got Julian Edelman is like the receiver with the most leading receiver or the most leading receptions or the most leading yards in postseason history or whatever. I can't remember the damn stat, but you know they got some ball players, man. They got some ball players,
and I think that it's even a bigger credit to what they did in the fact that Bill Belichick, once Tom Brady left and then Bill Belichick left, that I know Brady had success. I know Brady went and played in a Super Bowl, but the fact that none of them were the same once they broke apart. And that's like these rock bands, Wags. When somebody goes solo and nobody's ever the same, it's because they were so fucking good together.
Yeah, and I feel the same way about NSYNC. You know what I mean? Like NSYNC never should have broke up.
Right
They
there.
never should have broke up.
That's the best comp to the Patriots, in my opinion.
NSYNC. That's one. Yeah, NSYNC and the Patriots. I'm with you there. Jake, we might have a bone to pick here, dude. Like 2007, Patriots didn't win, so that's enough punishment for the Patriots. Patriots weren't the best team that year.
Hey, look.
Get those two. Get the Giants out there and the Patriots team again. Let them play the rubber match, and the Giants will dominate. Give me Eli's third and oh shit arm, and the Patriots will fall again. Let me tell you something, Jake.
I'm here to tell you that coming up for this game that's just over a week away, the big game. I don't know if you're supposed to say the name or not, but that big game that's coming up, the fact that the Patriots are not playing an NFC East team, I think New England's going to win because they're playing a South team. A South? Yeah, they're playing a South team. So they're going to win. They're not playing the Giants. They're playing the Phillies.
I was being tongue in cheek. That Patriots team is absolutely. It probably is the best engineered offense that I've seen in professional ball. Giants got close in the regular season, right? Week 17, it was week 17. They got close, only lost by 3. That's when I kind of knew there was a chance if the Giants could make a run. There was a chance if they met the Patriots. You know, just the matchup. They had one hell of a defensive line. They were in that NASCAR package that were able to get up and give Brady fits. First time that Brady kind of had fits that year. But yeah, you had Randy Moss that was just able to run away from triple coverage. Like they were just having a joke, and then Edelman running underneath routes. It was Gronkowski there. It was nuts. Just an absolute loaded team. And of course, you know, if you're a Giants fan going into both those matches, you're just like, how do we stop this tandem that has what would they have 25? What did Randy Moss have 25 touchdowns that year? I know Brady threw for like over 50 or some shit like that.
Yeah, Brady was lights out. And this is where, to me, the whole Patriots organization, all these people, the fact that
he was
team
just throwing Randy Moss open. He was just Randy. I'm not embellishing by Randy Moss saying that he was running away from 3 defenders. Like that's literally like go to the Patriots versus Jets film. It happened multiple times.
And just think about this, to where you look at all the championship, all the Super Bowls, all the Lombardi trophies that Belichick and Kraft and Brady that they won together, but they didn't win that one with that team.
Right.
They won
There was a better team out there. Double R. There was a better team. The Giants.
The better team on that day.
The Giants were the better team.
Absolutely, one of the greatest teams in history with that quarterback that's not in the Hall of Fame yet. By the way, maybe they need to get Eli in. Be there. Eli's got to get in.
Eli will be there. Yeah, that was going back. That's probably we talk about what we do on our snow days, right? And usually, sometimes I'll throw some classic films on, especially around the Super Bowl, where you get to see like the run backs of all the Super Bowls that they throw on NFL Network. Really cool concept that they do. But yeah, like that game is so much more fun to watch now than it was live. I was I was just pins and needles watching that damn game. And then that throw to Plexico Burris, and then all like Strahan, man. Strahan saying that all we need is one more stop, and we are Super Bowl champions. Bro, like goosebumps still. I mean, of course, you know, they won it in 2011 too, but 2007 was just, I don't know, it was special. 2007 was just a special season because you beat a team of perfection. You did.
Mm-hmm. And this is where kind of my last point on this whole thing about leaving this dude out because of Spygate or Deflategate or whatever you want to do. That I'm a little pissed off because we can talk about, you know, with Major League Baseball and why Sosa and McGuire and these guys continually are being left out. Pete Rose never got in. I'm sure he will now that he's a RIP. Carlos Beltran is going or is in the MLB.
I thought they made that move for Pete Rose. Did I not see that? I thought they made a move for Pete Rose to get in.
Maybe they did, like the day after. Oh yeah, we were going to put him in. Carlos Beltran is going into the Hall of Fame. I mean that was the dude that drew up the trash can scandal. I mean, it's like. And look, the first time that Carlos Beltran was with the Astros back in whenever that was, I'm like, man, this dude's amazing. And then he comes back, and I'm pretty excited that he's coming back. But you want to punish a guy? That was the architect right there, is Carlos Beltran with that. So, look, I'm not a Belichick fan. I'm not a Patriot fan. That's a travesty. That dude should be a.
Are you not a You're not a Belichick fan at all?
I hate the fact that. The way it's kind of going right now with where he's kind
what don't you like about Belichick?
That he won all the time, just like everything else. I mean, that was my biggest problem with him.
You like Brady?
Oh, I like Brady because he's a handsome guy. You know, Brady's one of those guys I wanted to have.
Got your shit all backwards, man.
I know. Brady's one of those guys. I just want to have a beer with Tom Brady, Jimmy Johnson.
You wouldn't want to have a beer and go fishing with Bill Belichick.
I'd rather go with Jordan at this point. No, I absolutely would love to go fishing with Jimmy Johnson. Not the
I
car
probably
racer.
And you know, I got a mouth on me, man. I probably wouldn't say an effing word except for "Hey, Bill, how are you?" on that boat. I would probably just sit there and listen and just absorb.
I can imagine that Bill Belichick as a fisher person would be very dialed into what he's doing. Every now and then.
You ever seen clips of him and Jimmy Johnson on a boat? All they do is just chop it up, dude.
Oh, but yeah, that's his primo there, you know. So,
well, I mean, shit, you get a chance to go on that fishing tour with Jimmy Johnson. I mean, I don't know what Jimmy this day and age, but you know, 10, 15 years ago, Jimmy Johnson and Bill Belichick on a boat going fishing.
That'd be amazing.
That's one hell of a boat trip, man.
Wouldn't that be great? And to Rob's point right here, I mean, I remember the New England Patriots 2 reasons before any of this massive run that they went on. Steve Grogan, you know, was a quarterback way back when. They had those cool outfits with the guy on the helmet that we talked about. And then I remember them getting absolutely demolished with Tony Eason as quarterback by the 85 Bears defense, 46-10. Though that was the calling card for the New England Patriots prior to this epic run. And I mean, and that was epic. We use that word a lot, but yeah, you cannot, I guess it's done. He didn't get the votes, so he's not going in. That's bullshit.
Look at Rob, you're echoing everything that I said. Like I was sitting here saying that what they did, you know, with little resources that they had, you know what I mean? Rob, you're preaching to the choir, man. I'm the altar boy here, buddy. You're the priest and I'm the altar boy, whatever. Yeah, dude, I cannot believe that Bill Belichick is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. Yes, you came in a little late. You missed that rant a little bit. Go back, like the video. You guys know the drill. I don't know how much more it'll matter, but we got some promotions to talk about, or you know, we got some head coaching hires to talk about in the NFL too. You want to get to it, or do you got anything else you got to get to?
The only thing I wanted to ask you about. So what do you think of Denver firing the OC because of the AFC champ? Because the quarterback broke his ankle.
It's a great segue to where we're going next, right? Scapegoats and fall guys.
It's like, come on, man.
Well, I don't know. I'd say one. You know, I guess you got to protect Sean Payton. Sure. Sean Payton ain't going nowhere, right? Yeah. Sean Payton ain't going nowhere in Denver. But then on the flip side of that, you got McDermott out, and Joe Brady gets a 5-year deal in ascension of promotion to head coach position from offense coordinator. And I'm sure de facto he'll still be the guy calling the plays, but there'll be somebody that's got a mask or somewhat of a puppet installment there, but maybe an advisor, to be in his ear. But Joe Brady's going to still be the dude calling the plays there up in Buffalo with the head coaching mantle.
And I think I saw that your man Brian Daboll is joining Robert Saleh in Tennessee.
He is not my man.
A guy that you're very high on and a guy that you're very low on. How about that?
That's polar opposites right there. Polar opposites right there.
Hey,
leave it to Daboll to flame somebody out, man. So, yeah, how you feel about Joe Brady getting a 5-year docket?
I honestly couldn't understand, Wags, why Buffalo was sitting there in a circle jerk trying to figure out who they were going to bring in when they kind of got the guy in their own office.
Optics, right? Sitting here. I mean, I think we all knew that it was going to be Brady, right? But of course, if you're making a knee-jerk reaction, I say knee-jerk. I say knee-jerk because McDermott had a pretty good record. Okay, and you could argue that he just wasn't able to get over the hump with the machine that Buffalo is based. And Buffalo's a very strong contender, and they should be contending for conference championships and not going out in the quarterfinals here. Or no, they went out in semis. But anyhow, I think McDermott, with the record that he has, I think it was a little bit too premature to kind of give him the boot. Maybe one more year. Sure, me, I'm always a one more year guy, especially if you have good continuity and good success.
Yeah.
But I think because they needed to stall a little bit after the firing of McDermott, or else they were just, I told you McDermott's a scapegoat and Brady's elevated. So at least they got a little bit of a narrative to kind of fight that and kind of blow smoke up everybody else's ass, Bills Mafia's ass. But I think everybody knows the writing on the wall that it was going to be Joe Brady more than anybody.
They elevated the right guy with what's left. And again, here is the breaking news right there.
Maybe a little bit of reluctancy because he hasn't had a head coaching position before, right? But
yeah. But this is one of those jobs, it seems like to me, Wags, where you can slide yourself in. It's not going to be a radical, dramatic change in philosophy there. You're going to kind of keep doing what you're doing. I mean, I still think that somehow Buffalo needs to go find that outside threat that Josh Allen has never had. But when, you had the whole rant about everything that went wrong in the AFC Championship, I mean, a lot of what went wrong in the AFC Championship was your shining star fucked up a lot. That you could put more on him, but that's neither here nor there. What happened all the other times? Was it a philosophy thing? Was it play calling? Was it, I don't know what it was, but so now Todd Monken goes from formerly of the Ravens now over to Cleveland, so now you fill that one, so you've got that one done. But yeah, I think if you're Buffalo, this is the logical choice. I mean,
Monken was following Harbaugh over to the Giants.
No, he has apparently agreed to terms on that. I haven't seen it there, but it's a couple of our really good producers reporting that, so they've seen it somewhere. So yeah, so that's going to leave us. So then you've got. So what do you have? You've got the Cardinals, Las Vegas should be the only two because the Bills and the Browns will now be filled. Yeah, and that leaves Arizona and Las Vegas, a couple of West Coast teams or West teams that will be open. And I don't know, you're running out of candidates as to who you're going to bring it at that. But Sean McDermott, I mean, could that dude land at one of those places? I mean, I wouldn't have got rid of him.
I don't think McDermott will be out of a job for too long, right? Yeah. I think if anything, I mean, you have to think that how long? And again, this sucks for Robert Saleh or Salah, whatever you want to go with. This sucks for Coach Saleh, but like, how long is that leash there with him in Tennessee, right? You like to think if that fails, McDermott may, but ultimately, look, what have we talked about? Sometimes it's okay to say no, right? And yeah. Tennessee's the job that you might want to say no for, the next couple of times, unless you're just dying to get back in. I honestly can't believe that Mike McCarthy is good. Sean McDermott feels like a really good fit for Pittsburgh. Yeah. Like when you're able to build continuity and more continuity than McCarthy would be. I still can't believe that. Of all the quarterback carousels, Mike McCarthy is going to be the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. That
makes no sense to me, especially just in the sense that when you look at the few coaches that the Steelers have had, that they've been so long tenured, And I just don't see that Mike McCarthy's going to make a
Even
move.
when Cowher took over, Cowher was, younger than McCarthy was. Tomlin, way younger than McCarthy was. Very different, very odd.
I think, if anything, this is a guy that's going to come in and maybe to where Pittsburgh's always been so defensive minded. Mike McCarthy is not. He's an offensive or offensive guy, depending how you want to look at him. So maybe he's going to change that mindset, and then he'll have somebody that comes in and takes his place. But what do you see with McCarthy? 3, 4, 5 years at the most, like his tenure in Dallas? I mean, this dude ain't going to be around for a decade. I mean, I don't want to Twin Peaks him or anything. I mean, I'd hate for him to like fall over tomorrow, but I mean, what?
That was an odd. That was
answer.
That was a very odd hire. Yeah, I thought Monken was following Harbaugh over to the Giants. I guess I read that. I misread that somewhere.
Yeah,
or maybe people expected Monken to follow him over there, or Harbaugh to retain him. Anything else we got to get off the slate?
I can only assume Joe Lombardi made the 4th and 1 call. That's why Peyton said,
"You're done. You're out of here."
What are our horns going to give us tonight?
I don't know. Auburn's just it's a little. They're peaks and valleys, man. They're
like
of a team that they are. They're a lot like they're kind of wired a lot like the Longhorns. I've seen a few games of the Tigers so far. Look, I'm going to tell you, like I say every night, right? If we're probably going to win the battle of the boards, and if we can stay out of foul trouble and not put them on the line, there's a pretty good chance that we're going to win, even if we shoot 40% from the field. If we're in the 30s, it's going to be a rough struggle, right? If you're only knocking down 2 from the perimeter and you sit there and you want to rely on that, it's going to be feast or famine, and ultimately it's probably famine. If you're relying on that, you got to be able to win. In multiple ways. If it's not hitting from the perimeter, you have the body and you have the size to get down low and get points in the paint, right? Play downhill basketball with your guards, work for an open shot, and make the defense rotate over to you. If you do that, you're probably going to get the opposition in foul trouble and get to the line too.
Yeah, you just hope that you see the carryover, points in the paint. That's the kind of stuff that you hope that you get tonight. But like we just said, Auburn to me very much is like Texas, to where they come stumbling out of the gate a little bit, and now they're rolled off 3 in a row, and that's a huge win over Florida. Which Florida looked really good. But I think that's the SEC right now, to where I've kind of mentioned with Texas that I think that they can keep themselves somewhat in this tournament bubble look, because they can come off and win games. Like I mean, you look at the wins that they have. It's against top tier teams,
right?
They struggle more against
the bunnies or the teams that are mid tier or mid form. And that's a good point too. Maybe they play up or down to their competition. But this is you could say the same kind of cons and negatives for Auburn too, right? There's 4 5-6 minutes where they go on runs where they're not knocking down baskets, and they're allowing teams to kind of run away from them. So ultimately they got some athletes, they got some dudes, but I don't think they ultimately possess the threat that every other that the top end SEC schools provide night in and night out, right? Decent guard play, but not guard play that's going to kill you. That's a thing too. If Texas goes in here and surrenders 30 points, it's that it's going to be too little too late, and it's probably just not our night.
Yeah, could be a very long drawn out basketball game tonight. I think with these two. I mean, we'll see. I just hope that momentum continues. If it really is something where Texas had that halftime to where just everything really came together, or was that just another flash in the pan? Right now, I'm going to say it was just another flash in the pan, because every MO that I've seen on this team at this point, that's what happens. Hot or cold, hot or cold, hot or cold. And I think that's why these two tonight, I mean, the matchup couldn't be better, to where it's too hot or cold.
Yeah, I think Texas has the better guards, or I think Texas's guards are playing better at the moment right now. And I say guards. I think Texas's, point forwards, whether it be Mark or whether it be Swain, they're playing pretty well. Pope, Pope or Weaver. I keep saying Caden Stearns, Pope or Weaver. If they, continue to play downhill and be aggressive, again, we don't need to rely on their shot making abilities as long as Mark and Swain are finding, open looks. And that usually happens when they're playing down low or playing downhill, right? Again, when the battle down low with Mockatitis, that's it. Like Hall's a big dude. Like Hall can battle down low, but I think Mockatitis can win the battle down low between Hall, right? Honestly, without dominant guards, and Auburn doesn't really have. They have okay guards. They don't have dominant guards, but without dominant guards, usually the Longhorns can win. That's why I say, like, if you're getting up 30 to this backcourt, we got some issues. We got some problems.
Yeah, absolutely. CB, I don't know if Jordan can be considered an athlete. I guess she can. She's a cheerleader, right? I think she was a cheerleader or something.
Cheerleading constitutes as sports. Right?
They work just as hard as a.
You're tumbling. You're doing some shit.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, they work out really hard. I mean, I don't know if I jump in the air and let some dude be grabbing all over my thighs while I'm 10 feet in the air.
But I mean, expect a heavy dose down low from Auburn tonight. They're going to try and battle down low.
Yeah.
If Texas does surrender, 20 points or more to this backcourt for the Tigers, we got some issues that we need to talk about tomorrow here. But yeah, this is a matchup that absolutely should be dominated by Texas. I think Mockatitis can take Hall down low, and honestly, the way that Swain and Mark's playing, I think there's a little bit of an advantage on the perimeter there. Look, whether it's Pope or Weaver, it doesn't. I would like to see Weaver get the nod with the ones just to see the energy and just to see the electricity. Or did I say Pope? If I said Pope, I misspoke. I meant Weaver.
Tremont Mark, I want a big night from again.
Right, but I feel like these guys. I feel like these guys are able to get in their bag when they're out there and they get a true facilitator. I feel like Weaver's the true facilitator, and he doesn't rely on his shot. He gets more people involved. Pope's fantastic. I love that Pope's able to get his own shot, but when you're racking up, a line of 2 for 8, and it's just not feeling it. You're just not feeling it, man. Get everybody else involved.
Get everybody else involved
and attack the basket and get some dishes to Mockatitis or drive and kick out to Swain or Mark. Right, that's what Weaver does, and I know it's too few and far between, and I would just love to see Coach Miller let Weaver run with the ones a little bit and kind of let him be the facilitator. For me, the matchup, I don't know if you guys missed it the other day, but the starting 5 that I would like to see roll out there now would be Weaver at I guess the point, give me Weaver, give me Swain, give me Mark, give me Heidi at that other stretch forward. And then give me Montes Focatitis down low. That would be our big roster there. Actually, that wouldn't be our big. I'd like to see double big. I'd like to see Traore and Mockatitis in some situations too, though. There's some combinations that we've seen a few, but not much from Coach Miller that I think he's kind of maybe keeping close to the vest for maybe tougher conference play or whatever, or unless something develops into a better offense. But right now, going into tonight, this is a matchup that the Longhorns should be able to take down mightily.
Yep, shot selection is going to be the key tonight, and that is so important on how that all plays itself out. I mean, that's really the key. You can't take bad shots, and get those points in the paint and get those
defense has been pretty. Yeah. Defense has been more sound for the Longhorns too. I expect some transition baskets, but ultimately, like if Auburn's going to sit here and try and play half-court basketball, the Longhorns should be able to prevail pretty easily.
Absolutely. In the association tonight, San Antonio on the road taking on Houston. That will be fun to watch. We were talking yesterday about the Rockets. Here come the Spurs. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Here come the Spurs, and here come E and Jordan. What's up, boys?
What's going on, fellas?
How you feel about tonight, Eric?
What's up, Wags?
How you feel about tonight?
I'm not picking on you, but I couldn't disagree more with kind of where you were going in terms of the lineup. Jake Bayless called it out. I think that's the first place I'll start. If you put Kendall Weaver in that lineup at the 1, you have no spacing. No one respects Kendall Weaver as a shooter. Tremont Mark operates primarily in the mid-range. Dalen Swain is not a consistent three-point shooter. Cam Heidi, it's a struggle for him to get his shot. So that's the first thing. The second thing,
if Weaver, I agree with you. If Weaver's not playing downhill and relies on a perimeter 100%, but if Weaver is aggressive and plays downhill, it opens up a lot of other things.
Eric, it seems like you insert that dude, and he kind of brings a little bit of a spark.
He brings a spark, but and again, maybe this is just me from the 10,000 foot view. We saw a little bit when you inserted Kendall Weaver into the lineup last year. Of course, different team, but he knows one speed, right? Double R, Wags.
He didn't have anybody down low to battle and bang either, bro. Like he's got a true banger this year, man.
We agree, but I would feel a little more confident with that if Kendall Weaver wasn't just one speed. I'm going 9 million miles an hour
and could consistently drop a teardrop, right? Or
right again.
I entertain that. I can entertain that for sure.
And the thing with this, again, Jordan Pope, we've beat this, drum forever, right? Not a traditional point guard, but I think the difference, I guess the reason, Wags, not to get too inside basketball, but for the entire crew here, maybe the reason why I cape up with Jordan Pope a little bit is this. Double R, if I said to you, you're gonna, be on a show, right? You're gonna do what you do, which is, be a talent on radio, right? And in essence, right, if your bag is I need reps. I need opportunities to make my point, right? But we're asking you to be the facilitator, to drive the show, right? That's not your strength if we're only going to kick it to you, 4, 5, 6 times a show, and then you're trying to make a point. It's the same thing with Jordan Pope. He's a guy who he's not a volume scorer and that needs to take probably closer to 12, 13 shots a game. But even if you get him 8, my point is this. If you let him get into the rhythm of the game early, right? Get him 3, 4 shots early and then say, hey, we need you to back off, kind of do your thing. I think you've gotten the best out of Jordan Pope in that sense, as opposed to how he was used at his worst this year and at his worst with RT, which is you're going to get 8 shots a game. You might get 2 in the first 4 minutes of game, and then you might not get another shot until 12 minutes later.
But there's no Trey Johnson on the team this year.
Exactly. So to me, Wags, this is kind of the trade-off with, and I'll cut it off after this. This is the kind of trade-off with Weaver and Pope. You're not going to get, in my opinion, the best of Kendall Weaver in the starting 5, and I don't think you're getting the best of what Jordan Pope can be for this team off the bench.
I see it different. I see Pope being able to dominate and patrol with the 2s, and Weaver, having the support system and cast that he has with the 1s to be able to dominate and play downhill. That's kind of how I'm seeing it.
Sure. And last thing I'll say is I don't know who's going to defend Keyshawn Hall. Like I saw a lot of Keyshawn Hall last year at UCF. He is a big boy, 6'7", 250. Yep. He gets to the line a lot. So I think Texas can win this game, but I'm a little.
We're going to be in foul trouble.
We're going to be in foul trouble. I got a feeling.
I'm a little more
early on in this game.
You don't know who the Longhorns need?
Who's that?
Kevin Durant.
My glorious prince, Jacobin Brown.
I was going to say TJ Ford. TJ Ford would help too. So
Jacobin Brown. Maybe Isaiah Taylor.
Mike Wacker. No, I'm just kidding. That's way old.
No, sorry to derail it.
No,
Jacobin Brown, shout out on this one.
It's your show, bro.
Jordan's like, let's get on to football, man.
No, we're not there yet. But
have you seen No Money, Jordan? Have you ever seen the movie Mo Money?
Oh, there's no way.
Weren't you supposed to watch? Weren't you supposed to watch my movie last night?
I had it queued up. She did not give me the nod. All right, I had it queued up. And I was watching sports. I was watching the Caps get pulverized by the Kraken. All right. But you've never seen Mo Money?
What? No. Jordan, that movie came out 10 years before Jordan was born.
Dude, I ain't never seen that. Yeah.
I was like 2 when that movie came out.
The first thing that came to my mind yesterday when I saw the news was when they were on the dance floor in Mo Money, and I heard this, Seymour! Yeah. Jordan, we got our guy. We got him. Yes.
No.
Jordan,
Seymour coming to the 40.
Just so you know, Mo Money is not anything you need to go out of your way to watch. I'm just telling you that right now.
That is probably the worst thing that Eric has ever said to you. That is the worst advice.
On Tubi,
it is a must watch.
It is definitely Tubi.
Stacey Dash?
No. Stacey Dash was and is still a problem. Like that is factual. That is factual. However,
that is factual.
However, Jordan, are you familiar with like the Wayans family?
The what?
The Wayans family, like Damon Wayans, Marlon Wayans brother. See,
the Wayans brother.
There's an age gap. Jordan was born in the 2000s. There you go.
Way too much. Yeah. I'm sure who Jamie Foxx is and all that, but that stuff he wouldn't.
Yeah,
Like, you've never seen Scary Movie?
I've seen
Marlon
Scary
Wayans?
Movie. Okay, even like till this day, I don't know actors and actresses named a face outside of the huge ones. Like there was
like Lexington Steele.
You said huge.
What are you doing?
Like we were
chaos theory. What are you
we were
doing?
looking at movies last night,
What are you doing?
and my girlfriend was like, Emma Stone's in that one, right? And I was like, I know that name. I don't know what she looks like unless she's in front of me and you point her out. I just don't care.
Well,
I
know
don't.
that. Come
I
on
don't
now.
know.
Hey now.
You never see White Chicks?
Yeah, everyone has
Okay,
seen
that's the Wayans brothers.
Okay, yeah. You
Sean
could have
Marlon?
said the dudes from White Chicks, and I would have known exactly who you were talking about. You know.
All right, guys, I gotta go. See y'all
All right.
tomorrow.
Later. Y'all have a good one. I'll leave you with that. Eric, please.
Don't. Hey, Jordan, don't Google that. Just start the show. Start the show, Jordan.
We get furry talk and some steel talk.
Okay, wait,
Steel
Wags,
Reserve.
Wags.
It's the Steel Reserve is what I was talking about. The 211. The 211.
Wags, real quick before you leave, I want you to see this.
What? What's
Obviously, Joe Brady.
Yeah.
It's official. Going to the Bills. I saw this, immediately thought of you. Let's go outside. Let's get some fresh air. And they're doing the exact same thing.
It is. Yeah, biggest scapegoat in the world right now is Ben McDermott. So
yeah, I also saw something being like, man, Sean McDermott would be a great hire for the Bills. It's the same exact scheme, and he already knows the personnel really well. But obviously not happening.
all right, boys. Y'all have a good show. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Be good.
We'll see you. All right. Hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Eric Henry, our second to last time together. Last time will be tomorrow. And yeah, I don't know any actors, actresses' names to faces. I call them, oh, that's the guy from that show. Like in Landman, whenever they're at like the elder or the old folks home, there's this woman in there. I don't even think she has a line. I don't think she's had a line yet. But I recognize her because she's Matt Saracen's grandma from Friday Night Lights, the TV show.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, that's Matt Saracen's grandma. And I couldn't even guess what her name is, but that's who she is to me. And like I saw the dude that everyone thinks looks like Rodney Terry, Gus Fring from Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. Anytime I see him in anything else, I'm like, that's Gus Fring because I don't know his name. I know them all, the biggest roles they played.
Giancarlo Esposito is the actor you're talking about for Gus Fring / Rodney Terry.
Yeah, aka Rodney. No, it is funny though, because like anytime I've pictured Rodney Terry in my head, I can't think of anything else besides Gus Fring from Breaking Bad. But yeah, but anyways, we already talked some Texas basketball. We'll come back to that. But we are going to start with though Lawrence Seymour. The big news that came in yesterday. There's also some big recruiting news that came in this morning from the high school front, which we will get to. But with Lawrence Seymour, huge addition. Now he obviously is currently ineligible and has a waiver in process. And it's funny. I had an agent that reps several offensive linemen that went from an SEC school to another SEC school or to the Big Ten, and he texted me like, "This is the most Texas thing ever to sign someone who doesn't have eligibility." But they got the lineman, so we'll see. Will Seymour be eligible? I think so. I don't think Texas does this if they don't think they can get him eligible. You know, the University of Texas and the brass donors, a lot of good lawyers in hand. So, you know, assuming they can figure that out in some form or fashion, but it is a big deal. And by no means is he a clear-cut starter like a Trevor Gooseby or Melvin Ciani, Connor Robertson, or even Brandon Baker, but he is the guy that's by far and away easiest to project to being the starting left guard. So, Eric, you obviously have a lot of experience in the G5. You know some folks over there with the Hilltoppers. So, I don't know. What can you tell us about Mr. Seymour? Miami native as well.
Yeah. No, I'll be super transparent here. I am going to try. We're just going to proceed under the pretense that Seymour will be eligible. For those who don't know, Lawrence Seymour began his career with Miami, went to Akron, I actually know Akron's offensive line coach because he was FIU's offensive line coach. So I'm hoping to get in contact with him. I'm going to try to do the same thing I shouldn't say. Let's just say I'm looking to get in contact with him. Of course, as Jordan referenced, the year with which Texas is trying to get back is a year that was at Akron. So that's why I'm not 100% sure if that conversation is going to come to fruition there. I got to see how my guy is feeling, that coach. But also, I have a relationship with Tyson Helton, who's Western Kentucky's head coach. So I'm hoping to also speak with him. Tyson, to be super transparent, has been not one of those G5 coaches who's been like, man, my guy's gone, F him. Like, Tyson has been on the record as saying, hey, I like having to reshape my roster every year. I like the NFL model of it. I understand. He hasn't quite gone Jeff Choate, which is, hey, come here for 2 years and then we'll get you $1 million, right, elsewhere. But he's not the older. Yeah, he gets it. He's not the older model of G5 coach, which is like, I can't keep my roster together, So I feel confident I can get in contact with both those guys by the end of the week and put together something for Horns247.com. But in specificity as to Seymour's play, from my perspective, just from talking with people who faced Western Kentucky this year, he did what you want. He did what you want a group of 5 players, specifically one interior, offensive lineman in the trenches, right, to do, which is dominate, right? If you're in Jordan, I'll let you, say yay or nay on this. I think if you're getting a receiver, a running back, a quote unquote skill position guy, right? I think there's a little more room to say this person has the tools, but we can project maybe what they'll be in our weight program with our coaching, with our, resources, right? Whereas if you're dealing with someone who's playing in the trenches, right? And to an extent, you can do that with offensive linemen, right? Like take a flyer on someone who's saying, hey, like we can do the same thing. But when you're talking about someone who's played 800 and something snaps last year and you think can start for your team, you want to see them make that level of competition look like that level of competition, right? And that's what Seymour did. Seymour, again, he wasn't like, this guy's going to be a Eric Fisher, right? Who was the first overall pick for the Chiefs who came from Central Michigan. Not like he was like dominating like that, but he performed like an all-conference talent who you can project as a guy who could play in the Power Four. And that is what I think from the people I've spoken to, they believe Texas is getting that. In the same way, in kind of Jordan, the same way the people felt like Melvin Siani was heading from Temple to Wake Forest, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It's Siani.
Is it Siani or Siani? I gotta nail that.
I've been saying Siani, but we haven't got the name pronunciation guide yet.
Yeah, I've heard Siani, so we'll get it right eventually.
Got it. We might just call him Melvin. Yeah, it oh, sorry, I just got a weird text. I mean, definitely an interesting addition. He'll be in his 6th year of football, but he's really only played like 2.5 seasons worth of football. And to start it from the beginning, went to Miami Central, one of the better, more consistent programs or prospect factories in South Florida. And it's kind of nuts. I never went to college, never attended college, but if I did and never graduated, I'd be in my 6th year or would be going into my 6th year in the fall. That's how old Lawrence Seymour is. We were the same high school class of 2021. And just going to hit on the career in general. Started at Miami, appeared in 2 games his true freshman season in 2021, then played in 6 games in year 2. He started 3 or 4 of those games. After that, transferred to Akron. The 2023 season, he did not play a snap. He is not like – it's very weird because PFF doesn't he's not even in their database for the 2023 season. Like, there's nothing there. And he obviously didn't play a snap, but anything online says he was at Akron and redshirted at Akron in 2023, even though he technically redshirted in 2021 since he only played in 2 games at Miami. And then at Akron, he appeared in like 10 games, started 7 or 8 in 2024, and then transferred into Western Kentucky. What do I have this? For his career, he's appeared in 29 games with 21 starts, 1,388 career snaps. And of those 1,388 career snaps, 1,217 of them have come at left guard. The other spots have been at right guard or center. In 898 of those career snaps came in the 2025 season. Seymour started all 13 of Western Kentucky's games at left guard. First year as a full-time starter, he allowed 1 sack, 3 QB hits, 4 hurries, 8 pressures across 503 pass blocking opportunities. And he was only responsible for 1 flag across 840 offensive snaps in 2025. Finished the year with a 69.4 offensive grade, 63.9 run blocking grade, and an 82.6 pass blocking grade. For his career, he has allowed 4 sacks, 4 QB hits, 9 hurries, 17 pressures across 766 pass blocking opportunities. And he's only been responsible for 2 penalties across 1,328 career offensive snaps. Pretty damn good. And then I had one other thing on here. No, I guess. Okay, in 2025, obviously his best year yet. He was the Football Writers of America All-American second team, Phil Steele All-American second team, Phil Steele Conference USA All-Conference first team, and he was also All-Conference USA second team from like the actual conference list. So pretty solid player. And yesterday I had my Ask Me Anything chat, do it every Tuesday over at Horns 24/7, and was answering questions before and after this went down. So some people were like, well, you said this has changed. So, had to change some things. But one of the main recurring questions was, Jordan, is this year's offensive line an upgrade over last year's offensive line? And as a whole group perspective, I'm not ready to say yes or no. But individually, the left tackle, it's the same player. You assume he's going to be better with 1 more year in the program. He also will be fully healthy. Yes, the shoulder surgery that's been reported, that happened. He was dealing with a shoulder problem, but he also played like the first half of the season with a broken hand. So Gooseby, the main thing for him is staying healthy, but should be an upgrade over his 2024 self. At center, you can say the same thing. Connor Robertson, it'll be his first time going through an entire offseason as the actual starter, which is a big deal. And he's also a 5th-year player, the only 5th-year player on the team that has played all 5 years at Texas, which is pretty interesting. And then at right tackle, I do think Melvin Ciani is going to be an upgrade over Brandon Baker. I am very confident in that, pretty convicted in that. So then it's down to the 2 guard spots. Is Brandon Baker going to be DJ Campbell? I don't know. He's never played guard. He never played in high school. He hasn't played it in college. We don't know what this is going to look like between the white lines because he's never been between the white lines at guard. So is he going to be better than DJ Campbell? We don't know yet. I'd probably say no from a down to down, game-to-game consistency standpoint. And I am worried about his strength holding up in the phone booth. I talked a lot about that yesterday. I'm a little bit worried, not super worried. And then you ask yourself, though, can he be better than what Texas got at left guard throughout the year, whether that was Connor Stroh, Nick Brooks, or Connor Robertson, or Cole Hudson? And I think he can give you that level of play at minimum. I also think the same can be said for Lawrence Seymour pretty easily, that he will be as good, if not better, than what Texas got at left guard from Cole Hudson. So 3 upgrades, 2 maybe/yeses, I would say in total. That's an offensive line upgrade. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you have any thoughts on if the Longhorns upgraded individually or the offensive line in general as a whole.
Yeah, Jordan, I'll let you address that invite to Twin Peaks down there in the comments. In terms of your question in terms of upgrading, no, I've thought about this too. I actually just collaborated with our Kansas site. Shout out to Mike Swain. Does a great job over there. He was asking questions about Connor Stroh. And that really
have you seen any of the games he played? Sorry.
No. And that I'm actually glad you did that, because that kind of led me to, as I was typing out those answers, basically assess where I believe Texas's offensive line was at that moment. And this was pre-Seymour, right? Because it was in the morning when I answered these. especially with the addition of Seymour, if he's eligible, yes, I do think Texas's offensive line is better. Is it Jordan? Where I am right now is the offensive line like rock solid? We know we've got it covered. We answered all our questions from last year. In my mind, no, right? There still are some question marks, right? It's not necessarily what I think most Texas fans would have wanted entering the offseason, which is like, hey, we're going to go get 2-3 guys, like for sure start, like 3 Melvin Sianis, right? That like you lock in, boom, we're set. That's not necessarily what you have right here. But to your question, I think they're in better shape to where if, to what you said, Trevor Gooseby is a better version of his 2025 self. And if you have upgraded with C&E, right, the rest of the pieces I think can come together in a way where this is sustainable, right? Because again, this doesn't need to be, and I don't even almost want to speak this into existence, right? But it doesn't need to be like, man, you're getting 15 seconds of time back there. It just can't be Arch gets the ball, makes his first read, and there's a rusher in his face.
It cannot be the Florida game.
Exactly. So that's where I am right now.
Yeah. I mean, I said yesterday, look, like I'm not going to spin this. Seymour isn't better than the 2 kids from Michigan.
Sure.
He's not, but he was the best available, best possible guy they could get that was still left in the portal. Now, obviously, he has to clear this waiver. It's currently in process. It's an extension waiver. Do I know if he's trying to get the 21 or 23-year back? I don't know. And honestly, I personally do think it is kind of horseshit. Like, unless there is proof you were injured, you should not be able to get that year back. That's my personal belief. I don't think 6- and 7-year players should be around in college football. And I do think people at Texas share the same sentiment as well. Steve Sarkisian has said similar things in press conferences, but it's a little different when you really have some needs, So it is what it is. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a few more additions in the portal. It's going to be depth guys that are going to be 3s or 4s on the depth chart and probably won't ever start unless it's like a Marcus Boswell type with 3 or 4 years of eligibility left. But I mean, hey, pretty damn solid portal class. And Lawrence Seymour, again, props to Texas because he is the best available guard option they had left. But all right, moving on into high school. I forgot to pull his profile up. Cameron Hall on a Mansfield Summit decided 2 a.m. is the best time to commit to the University of Texas. This kid committed at 2 a.m. this morning and woke up to seeing that. Hank got the story, put up on the site pretty quickly. Shout out to him. 3-star, however, he is an 89 graded 3-star. That's the highest grade you can have. And I believe he is the second highest ranked edge rusher in the state of Texas behind Zane Rowe at Denton Geyer, who is likely going to commit to Oklahoma again or TCU in the next few weeks. Had a top 12. Texas was obviously in it. The biggest school besides Texas in there, I think, was like A&M and Oklahoma. But Texas has been leading this one for a while. For the past few months, he visited for 3 or 4 home games, including at least 2 out of the 3 home November games. And I mean, has gone on record saying Texas is his leader for a few months now. So good early get in the cycle for Alan Clark. He's only the 3rd edge rusher Alan Clark has landed during his time at Texas. And he also is the very first defensive high school prospect to commit to Texas under Will Muschamp. So, good early pledge. It's very interesting. I've long been, of course, we have an ad, long been I don't know how to say this. I have long been a critic of how the recruiting operation works at Texas, whether high school or portal. I don't think they handle the early parts of recruiting cycles well as they should. But that started to change. I can't remember a time they've had 4 2027 commits in January and not a single one of those guys was a specialist or quarterback. It's rare. So The recruiting world's changing. Obviously, the financial side of it's changed a lot of it. But I do like this take for Texas. Let me tell you why. By no means am I going to compare Cameron Hall to a Lance Jackson or Colin Simmons because he's not those guys. And in fact, he's the lowest ranked edge Texas has landed since the 2023 cycle when they signed Billy Walton, who is Malik Muhammad's cousin. And Billy Walton only lasted 1 year at Texas, and then he transferred to SMU, and I think he was in the 2 deep this year for the Ponies. But with Cameron Hall, long-term guy, probably going to have to wait a few years before he plays just because it's a stacked depth chart at Texas. But he's got a lot of tools, a lot of traits. And, you know, whenever I saw the commitment, I was a little confused isn't the right word, but kind of taken aback because – was honestly kind of surprised they were going to take a commitment this early. You know, you look at the edge rushers they signed last year and the year before, they're looking at guys that are clear and obviously can play in the SEC. And I'm not saying Cameron Hall can't, but a different kind of body type style of player than the guys they've traditionally took. Now, you try to figure out why is that? Why did he end up in the class then? Well, in 2027, it's a horrible edge class. The only guy in state that has really been a long-time target is Zane Rowe, and even Texas has backed off of him. The only other guys I can think of is Cedric Marsh at Waxahachie, who Texas offered in January. And then you look out of state, and it is just not a good class. And of the top 10 edge rushers, like 4 or 5 of them are already committed, and almost all, if not all, those kids are also getting paid monthly payments to stay committed. So the chances of flipping those guys is pretty low. Texas, they spent a lot of money on edge last year. Richard Wesley was not cheap at all. Jamarian Carlton was not cheap at all. And whenever you have a class that requires a lot of financial investment, usually the class that follows it, there's going to be about half the investment. And so you have to take longer-term developmental players, and you take a shot on an eval. Cameron Hall isn't a shot on an eval like taking Jet Walker or Caden Sherrod is, but he's not a top premium prospect. That's what I'm trying to get across. But it's still a good take because it is not a good year for the edge group. And if you're going to save money, which I think Texas is trying to do, Cameron Hall is a phenomenal get for that. As long as he can stay in the program and develop it like they want him to, show up to practice every day, keep working hard, he will have a future at Texas. So I like the get. And, it's kind of similar to the other commitments in the class besides Easton Royal, where it's, hey, we know we're going to need numbers at this position, and we're going to try to get the guys who are going to set the floor in the class early. That's what Greedy James is at corner. That's what JT Garassi is at tight end. That is what Cameron Hall is at edge. And on all 3 positions, they're going to take at least 2, if not 3, if not 4. I mean, they're not going to take 4 edge rushers, but they might take 4 corners. They might take 3 tight ends. They're going to take at least 2, though. Same with edge. They need numbers there. So I like it. You're getting some of the work done early, especially if you're Alan Clark. You're not going to need more than 2, at most 3 edge rushers. And, it's not like he's just going to stop talking to Cameron Hall that he's committed. But now that he has Cameron Hall committed, he can stop talking to 6 or 7 other kids they deemed in the same tier as Cameron Hall. That gives more time to focus on the priority guys. So good strategy. It's a bit of a changing strategy for Texas compared to years past, but I've been calling for it. This is what's needed, and they're doing a good job of adapting. So I like to get a lot. That's pretty much what I have. All right, we have some questions and comments here that we will hit on. And he is originally from West Memphis, Arkansas. Shout out to him. And Patrick and Jake, I will take you up on this. I know the exact location. But I'm also like, why are we going to Twin Peaks? There's literally a Pluckers across the parking lot in the same parking lot as this place. I'm down for Pluckers or Twin Peaks. I'd probably rather prefer Pluckers. But Patrick, I know you don't have social media. I know Jake does, though. We follow each other on Twitter. You have a different username than Jake Bayless, and I don't remember what it is. So just DM me, and we'll figure it out. We'll get it planned.
Jordan, I assume you go to Twin Peaks because the only reason you go to Twin Peaks over Pluckers? It's an assumption. Like, you don't have to answer that. They can answer that in the chat. You ain't got to answer it. It's just an assumption.
I have actually never been inside of Twin Peaks. I've been to multiple Hooters, never been in a Twin Peaks. I've been in multiple Bombshells, never a Twin Peaks.
Jordan, let me say this real quick. My girl and I have been to Twin Peaks like half dozen times. Again, bro, my girl's kind of a weird species, nevertheless. The wings are good. They got like there's like a fire grill or something like that. Wings, they're pretty good. Now, it depends on how you like your wings. Because if you like the like traditional like fried wing, you're gonna go Pluckers. But if you don't mind like a grill, it's like a fire grill or something like that. They're pretty good. Bro.
Might try them out. Any other suggestions from the Twin Peaks menu?
Nah, when I go to places like that, I stick with the wings and fries. I'm not getting exotic.
Mm.
You're talking to someone who's gotten food poisoning from a seafood quesadilla at a strip joint. So I try to be very straight and narrow now when it comes to places where, yeah.
Man, I'm so skeptical ordering wings at places I've never been to, because a few years ago, I don't even remember where this place was. It was somewhere in Houston, Dallas, or Austin. It was a pizza place, and I got wings with like a pizza slice. And everywhere you go, are the wings good? They're going to say yes. And those wings were dog shit and were a lot more expensive than they should have been for the low quality of them. So nowadays, it's like, hey, I've never been here. I might try something else that's harder to mess up than wings. So, yeah, but
Jordan, real quick before we get back to it, you want to just because I know you've addressed it on the show, you don't have to if you want to, but you want to address Bub U Texas 81's comment real quick because you've addressed it before. I don't know if you want to address it again.
Yeah, Bub. As long as Steve Sarkisian is at Texas, they're never going to hire someone directly from the media, whether that's me or literally anyone. They're not hiring anyone from the media.
Right.
Sark grew up in the school of Pete Carroll and Nick Saban. They don't play games with the media. And honestly, I'm surprised Steve Sarkisian allows us to even be on campus during like junior days and stuff like that. Because Nick Saban had it set up where, like, if you were a recruiting reporter and showed up to campus for a junior day and were outside the facility, he was literally calling the cops on you for trespassing on a college campus. Like, that happened. So, if I ever work at Texas, it's because someone else hires me and I do well there and Texas hires me from that school. But I'll never be able to leave media to get a job at Texas, and no one will. It's just not happening with Sark there. But all right, scrolling back up to look at some of these. Jake Bayless says depth is still a question mark. You always have to assume injuries will come. The starting five is better though. Yeah, the main thing I'm like really, really worried about, who the hell plays left tackle if Trevor Gooseby goes down? Are you moving Melvin Siani there and Kojo at right tackle? Because Kojo is coming off a torn ACL and can't play left. He couldn't play that before he tore his ACL. He's not going to play it after. Jaden Chapman is going into year 4 and has never played. Does anyone have confidence that he can play left tackle? I don't. And he's the left tackle number 2 on the depth chart. It was supposed to be Nick Brooks, and he did not want to wait his turn. He wanted to start in year 2. I don't blame him. He went to Alabama. Jonte Newman is probably not ready to be a backup tackle or to play this year at Texas. So I do think if Gooseby goes down, you probably see Siani move to left, Kojo at right. Or maybe they put Baker in at right and a backup guard. However, the one thing that I want to call my shot on right now, Eric, do you remember in fall camp last year when Brandon Baker went through all of spring ball all the summer? It was clear he was going to start, and then Texas says to all the media, it's a competition. He's battling Andre Kojo. And then like 3 days later, Kojo tears his ACL. That was never a competition. That was always Brandon Baker's job. Right. If they're doing anything, it was trying to light a fire under his ass to work harder. I heavily expect the exact same thing to happen to Brandon Baker at one of the guard spots and Lawrence Seymour at one of the guard spots, should he be deemed eligible. But I do think those will be the 2 starters. However, Jackson Christian, the Coleman brothers, and Dylan Sikorsky are probably going to be given a shot to compete, or told they'll be given a shot to compete. So, yeah, let's see. Yes, Texas did offer Dylan Mitchell from C.E. King yesterday, one of the fastest kids in the country right now. Eric, this kid is like 5'7", 5'8", not super skinny, not super big, though, probably 170, 160, somewhere in there. But he hit 10.1 in the 100-meter as a freshman.
Jordan, Okay. I've kind of asked you this question in various forms before. I'm gonna come back to it now. If you're hitting 10-1 as a freshman, that's legit track time. Like, you are elite. Is there any chance a kid like that just focuses on track? Because like 10-1 as a freshman is insane.
The thing is, though, like, where's the money in track?
Yeah.
Do collegiate track athletes get any NIL money? Probably not, outside of like these 1% of the 1%, like what Caitlin Clark was in women's basketball. No one was making money back then besides her.
Yeah.
She kind of created that wave. It's the same thing in track. There may be 1, 2, maybe 3 players or runners in men's or women's track and field that's making more than like $100K a year off NIL or rev share. It actually, screw rev share. Those dudes aren't getting anything off rev share. So I don't know. And honestly, I don't know how it works regarding if you can like become a professional track athlete out of high school.
You'd have to go straight to Olympics. Like, you'd have to start training with the U.S. Olympic team, basically.
Yeah. So I don't know. The thing is, like, hey, you can go to college for free for football and someone will pay you on top of that scholarship. So that's part of it. But I mean,
and still, you know, if you come out, let's just say 2-3 years in college, you decide like, all right, this ain't working, I want to run track. If you're 20, you can still do the Olympic trials and whatnot. So yeah, so it's a good point.
There is a assistant high school coach in the Houston area, not at CE King, but his school played CE King during Mitchell's freshman year. And Mitchell was a freshman on the freshman B team. And he got like 20 offers last spring after he ran, you know, sub 10.5 like 30 times. And this coach is like, how's he getting all these offers? He was on freshman B team. And I'm like, you don't coach track? He's like, no. And I'm like, he hit 10-1 in the PR. Like, that's his PR. And he was like, what? He's like, yeah. Hey, verified times, it matters. Look at Tyler Owens. He was a 5-star because he was big and tall and ran fast. And it's playing in the NFL because he's big and tall and ran fast. So we'll see what Dylan Mitchell can do. Let's see what else we have. Have you looked at the Elijah Ali 2026 guy reportedly OVing this weekend? I have not. I need to get on that, though. Hank was reporting on a few 2026s about a week or two ago. Yeah, Jake Bayless. It's one of those where Mansfield, it's a Mansfield ISD school, but it's listed in Arlington. Let's see. Is he more like Zena or Jamond? He's definitely more like Zena. Needs to put a lot of weight on. Has a lot of length, though. But, you know, needs to put on weight, where Jamond Tapp kind of just had to change the structure of his body, how he was put together. He showed up to Texas at like 230, 240. Zenith probably showed up around 215, 220. And Cam Hall is listed at 235. He's probably in the 220s. So, yeah. What other stuff do we have here? I'm from Dallas City Limits, went to Richardson. Let's see. Sorry, I'm catching up on some of these comments.
You're good.
Yeah, hey, did you notice Twin Peaks filed for bankruptcy yesterday?
I did see that. Yeah. Not stunned.
Jose says, going to Twin Peaks with my wife was a huge mistake. Had to have my face buried into the table, especially since I went to the San Marcos one where the girls wear thongs instead of shorts. Like, damn, this food is amazing.
Real quick, Jordan, and this is for Jose too. They don't have them out here. In Florida, there's a spot called Wing House. Okay, it was started by like this old Dallas cowboy who like relocated out in the Clearwater area, which is where the original Hooters is. Which, if you go to the original Hooters in Clearwater, it is a different vibe than any other Hooters you go to across the nation. They are original and they ride and by the original concept of Hooters. But with Wing House, Jose, yes, they wear thongs instead of shorts, and they gave Hooters a good run for their money. Probably about 10 years ago, just because of that concept. So I can empathize with you, my guy.
Man, I won't say his name, but after the state championship one year, the state championships in Arlington, Nick and I and a few of our other media buddies went to the Bombshells in Arlington that's right by Jerry World. And in there, we see a head football coach of one of the better programs in South Dallas. Like he's a known guy, and he's in there with some woman that ain't his wife. And I mean, we didn't know this guy very well. I talked to him a little bit, but saw us from across the restaurant and was leaving, walking out with her a few minutes later. And we're like, hey, we're not saying anything. Don't you worry. And I don't know. It just popped in my mind from you talking about the Florida version of Hooters. But yeah. Okay. So apparently Cam Hall said this morning he's 250. I saw him at the junior today. I didn't get to size him up, be up close to him. I didn't interview him. I think Hank did. But from afar, wearing hoodie, sweatpants, he did not look 235 or 250 to me. My eyes can always deceive me. If he said he's 255, he's 255. But that's where that came from. You see this? Chip used to do a show with Casey Studdard at Bombshells in 2016 at the Round Rock location. Jeez. All right. Want to talk some Texas basketball?
Yeah, let's roll to it.
All right. Horns beat the Georgia Bulldogs. Hasn't happened since, I don't know. They played last year, but they beat them 87-67 on Saturday, won by 20 points. Biggest conference win of the Sean Miller era.
Mm-hmm.
Seems kind of like they've turned the corner. Have they turned the corner? And also, what made this result and outcome different from the previous games that were hit or miss? It's been hit or miss every week of conference play.
Jordan, I'm asking you this question not to call you out. I just ask it just for the purposes of segue into the comment. Did you watch the game by any chance? No. Okay.
No.
The reason I say that is no, they have not turned the corner, because if you watch that game after the first half, you would know that, and this is a metaphorical view, that they looked like they didn't freaking want the game. It was a game that was, quite frankly, both teams struggled in the first half a little bit. Texas, right after Sean Miller says, we will foul the shit out of you, Texas commits 6 fouls. Jordan, they're lucky, and I don't even know the rule on this, so maybe I shouldn't say they're lucky. The opening tip-off, Jordan, I want to say that again. The opening tip-off of the game, Modest Vocatitis was initially whistled for a foul that he hooked. I've never seen this. Hooked on the opening tip-off. They then changed it to an administrative foul, so it didn't go as a personal foul. But I was going to be like, Sean said, any way that we can commit a foul, we will foul you. No, Sean, your team just found a new bleeping way to foul, right? On the opening tip-off. But yeah, at halftime, they looked like they were going to get run. There was a Georgia fan who, I'll say this, if there was a redneck version of Hooters, she looked like she should have worked at that establishment, because she was shouting her ass off in the most hillbilly Southern way. Redneck, exactly. Yeah. She looked like she'd worked there. The most hillbilly, South Georgia hillbilly accent that I can think of.
Was she barking?
She was barking too. Blonde. She looked like the boobs were clearly fake. She had a crop top on, leggings, just so stereotypical, South Georgia blonde. And being from that area, I can kind of create this picture. Nevertheless,
next time Georgia comes, you got to go bark if you want it right before each time they do it.
So Sean Miller at halftime basically challenged the team. He said, hey, it's going to be a long season. If you have any dog in you, you'll come out and play different the second half. And his team acknowledged that. Jermon Mark, Dalen Swain said that. Sean Miller basically challenged him and said, if you guys want it, if you have any pride, you'll come out and play different in the second half. That's what spurred Texas outscoring Georgia 57-30 in the second half. It's going to sound so cliche, man, but it was effort. They got to every second chance point, loose ball, hustle plays. They did all of those things. So to spin it forward to tonight, if they finally realize yo, this is what we have to do. And I asked Tremont Mark post-game, I was like, what do you guys need to do in order to carry that second half momentum over into the rest of the season? And he was like, just to be real with you, it's not about how we do it. It's about just recognizing we have to do it. There's no how, we just have to do it. If they can play with that energy and intensity, Jordan, they can play with basically anyone left on the rest of their schedule, from my opinion. Tonight, Keyshawn Hall, as Chaos Theory talked about, Former UCF Knight. This is on his 4th school in 4 years. I think he was at George Mason and VCU, if memory serves me correct. 6'7", 250. As you see, he shoots 47.5 from the shoots 47.5 from the field, 86.5% from the free throw line. That's important because he leads the Southeastern Conference in free throw attempts with 143. The person who is second is Modest Vocatitis. All right. This is a team in Auburn that gets to the free throw line. They made the second most free throws per game, 20.6 per game. They take the fifth
hoops.
Yeah, they take the take the 5th most amount of free throws. So Texas cannot revert back to fouling, right? So yeah, it's Keyshawn Hall. And again, he's not just a bang down low guy. Like, he's a wing, Jordan, but he's kind of like maybe a dated reference, but like a Joe Johnson, if anyone remembers him. You know, he's a big wing, but can also shoot, right? So when Wags was talking about the matchup, I'm like, bro, at 250, that's not a Tremont Mark matchup. That's gonna have to be a Dalen Swain 6'8", 230 matchup, right? And then when he gets down low, it ain't gonna be Cam Heide. It's gonna be Modest, right? Or maybe Lucino Traore.
Yeah,
so
Lucino will get us 4,000.
Lucino's gonna get his 5
points.
So I am cautiously optimistic about this game, because it's a game that if you just I don't want to derail the show, but Stephen Pearl that's like a nepotism hire to a T, right? Like, Bruce Pearl waited till 2 weeks before the season started. It's like, yo, I'm gonna retire. Hey, son, you ready? I know you've only played for me, and you've only coached for me, but you're ready. Sean Miller should outcoach Stephen Pearl. Like that, there's just that, right?
So they're unranked 13-7, 4-3 in the SEC. Guess their record if Bruce Pearl's still around.
I would say probably 15. Well, okay. Let me answer your question first. I'm gonna say like 15-5. They've played a really tough schedule, Jordan. So like, don't hold that against Stephen Pearl. But the other shit thing that Bruce Pearl did is when he retired, you have that window that players can transfer. Oh yeah, like 3 weeks before the season starts and rosters are set and NIL money's already allocated. Yeah, no, I'm gonna make sure my boy at least has this roster set so dudes don't leave, right? So there's that. But yeah, the reason why that I think that matchup indicator is 73% in favor of Auburn. A, it is on the road. B, Keyshawn Hall is one of the best players in the SEC. And C, strength of schedule wise, like, Auburn has just played a much tougher strength of schedule. But I do think this is a game that Texas can win if they don't foul. I genuinely feel that way, because if they can find a way to just slow Keyshawn Hall, the rest of the pieces aren't really going to outscore Texas.
Yeah. Auburn favored by 6.5. Texas plus 230 on the money line. Not too bad. This is Tahad Pettiford, right?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he get arrested or something? How is he playing?
I can't remember exactly what he had. He had something in the offseason. I'll look it up real quick. But
okay,
what was it with him? I can't remember exactly what it was. But yeah, he is playing.
Also, did anyone see? Let me find this.
Yeah, it was a DUI. It was a DUI. That's what it was. Yeah.
Get this dude a set of keys. Where is this? There was something I retweeted about some bullshit that Alabama's pulling.
Yes, Jack Burton. They were barking the loudest. That's what they do.
Damn, I don't know where this is, but
and CB, let me look at the game notes real quick. I'll answer your question. Hang on, go ahead, Jordan.
There's a player at Alabama that is fighting for like another year of eligibility, or he's in a court case or something. And the judge on it is a huge Bama booster.
Yeah. You talking about the kid who went to the G League?
Yeah. And his lawyer, or his wife, is also a lawyer and is repping another Bama player fighting for eligibility against the NCAA. And I'm pretty sure her husband's involved in that in some form or fashion, but some real Alabama SEC stuff right there. But yeah, all All right, we got a few more minutes. I want to ask you, you're one of the most straightforward, dead even, unbiased guys I know in any platform. So I want to hear your thoughts. Bill Belichick, not a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's is this Jordan Hudson's fault? I don't know. What do you think? Because I think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I don't know.
It's certifiably insane that he is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. This is like, was it, and someone in the comments will correct me, was it Ichiro a few years back who like wasn't a unanimous Hall of Famer or whatnot in baseball, or like Mariano Rivera or someone like that? Forget what you think about Spygate, right? He won like 3 titles after Spygate. If Bill Belichick isn't, the only reason Bill Belichick is not a first ballot Hall of Famer is because you don't like Bill Belichick, like plain and simple, right? And I don't know if you saw the story, Jordan, where people were accusing Bill Polian, the former Colts executive, of
Jimmy Johnson was.
Oh, was it Jimmy Johnson who said that?
Yeah. And if you're on audio only, imagine how many Super Bowls Tom Brady would have won if he got to play for a Hall of Fame head coach. But yeah, Jimmy Johnson was on Twitter like losing his mind, defending Belichick, and he's like, look, this is about Spygate. Everyone in the entire league tried to do this or did this, including me. And we learned it from this guy. And he named like 3 people that were doing it that it had not been reported. So it's pretty nuts, man, that he didn't get 40 out of the 50 needed votes. And I mean, hey, these votes aren't public. This is the type of thing that someone hacks and finds it out. And who is Bill Belichick's girlfriend? Jordan Hudson. I bet the votes end up coming out and they campaign or something to make him first ballot. I mean, I don't know.
It's super quick, just because I saw Rex St. Charles said media writer pettiness is all with Bill not getting in. It's not only media that votes. Tony Dungy has a vote. Bill Polian has a vote. Dan Fouts has a vote. So, and because his vote isn't public, we don't know. Like, that's why there was speculation about Bill Polian, who came out and said, yeah, I voted for him. And then and again, I shouldn't say this on the air, but I think I saw something that said afterwards he came out and was like, I'm not 100% sure if I voted for him. So Rex, just a heads up, it ain't just media who votes. Like, you have actual people who've coached and played who vote as well. So
yeah, I mean, I don't think Belichick has many fans.
Right.
Sorry. Okay, so I pulled up some tweets I wanted to hit on that I thought were funny, and after we do this, we will get out of here. I don't have much else to offer on the Belichick stuff, but some interesting Super Bowl stuff. Tyler Lockett he was drafted by the Seahawks 2015, released in 2025. Seahawks went to back-to-back Super Bowls the 2 years before they drafted him. Then they cut him. In the year they cut him, they go to the Super Bowl. And this dude is like, in my lifetime, you think of Seattle Seahawks, the best players, he's one of the ones that comes up, and he's not a part of any of these Super Bowl teams. It's pretty nuts. Didn't mean to do that. Another one, no starting QB with a name less than 5 letters long has won a Super Bowl. This is about Drake May. Starting quarterbacks whose first and last name end in the same letter are 0-6 in Super Bowl since the AFC was formed in 1970. Starting QBs with the initials DM are 0-2 in the Super Bowl. Dan Marino and Donovan McNabb. All right.
So I guess Trent Dilfer would probably be the closest. I had to do that math super quick. Six letters. Yeah, that'd be the closest.
Yeah. This is from a Washington State fan saying maybe UW isn't that bad. Washington Huskies lost the Natty, sent to Seattle, or the Washington Huskies losing the Natty a few years ago sent the Seahawks to the Super Bowl. UW loses to J.J. McCarthy in Michigan. J.J. stock rises. Vikings draft him 10th overall. Then he gets hurt before the season. They have to play backup Sam Darnold. Sam has an amazing year. Vikings don't bring him back because they feel the need to start their young first-round quarterback. And Sam takes the Seahawks to the Super Bowl. Another one, this one's pretty interesting. In this century, every time the Super Bowl has been played in between the two teams, one team traveling east and one traveling west, The team traveling west has won. This is good news for the Patriots. However, people are saying, it's right here. The Seahawks may go south to Santa Clara, not east, you dummy. Yes, mainly south, but ever so slightly east as well, I'm aware. So that'll be interesting. Super Bowl 60 is the unlikeliest matchup of all time based on preseason odds, with Seattle plus 6,000 and New England plus 8,000. It is the second least likely matchup in major North American sports history after the 1991 World Series between Minnesota plus 8,000 and Atlanta plus 20,000. Pretty nuts. Here's a good one of Matt Stafford. This is from a few days ago. This is when he was just doing everything he could in the NFC Championship game versus Seattle. But said this may be a terrible take, but I feel like I wish Stafford wanted it this bad while he was at UGA. And someone said, what are you even talking about? And it's these photos of Matt Stafford in college in Georgia. Could you imagine if photos of Arch Manning came out like this, how much you'd have to apologize, or anyone big in college football?
Jordan, it's so funny you say that because, again, I'm old enough to remember, like, I was in high school when Matt Stafford was in college. I'm old to remember these photos. Go ahead, Jordan. Go ahead.
This photo is apparently from, like, the infield or inside track, whatever it's called, of Daytona 500.
Yeah. Like, I remember these photos. Like, these may have been MySpace photos. Like, I think they're that old. If that happened, my first thought was, if this happened in like this era with Arch, it would probably lead SEC like network, would it not? Like,
yeah, this would be every single Texas burner account's profile photo if Arch did something like this. This would be everyone's profile photo. That one's pretty good too. Hey, Arch did have the during his recruitment that video with that girl from Ole Miss. It's like, Arch told me he's going to Ole Miss or he's going to be a Rebel, and he's like, hotty toddy. I know some folks remember that. He was on a mission that night. Eric, have you seen what Pablo Torre is alleging the Memphis Grizzlies owner of doing?
I have not seen the latest Pablo Torre investigation. What is it?
Okay, in case you missed it, Pablo Torre is in the process / has already done this, but exposing the Memphis Grizzlies owner because he has a company or is a shit ton of money in a company that is like building the drones and some of the weapons used by Russia versus the Ukraine. Someone said, just realized Josman sending us a secret message through his celebrations that his team owner has been committing war crimes with Russia this entire time. The Memphis Grizzlies owner is helping Russia with weapons in Ukraine, and the NBA was fining Ja Morant for finger guns. This is association. What are we doing?
Right.
No. And also, like, the Clippers stuff with Kawhi Leonard, Aspire, the tree company, that's still going on too. Here's a good one. This is a burner account, but this is still.
Yeah, I thought I saw that. That was pretty funny.
USC star Chad Baker-Mazar has officially been removed from his parents' health insurance plan. Baker-Mazar is the 9th active D1's men's college basketball player to achieve this feat. He turned 26 years old today. Last but not least, this is nuts. LSU wide receiver Chris Hilton Jr. has been invited as a late add to the Senior Bowl roster, becoming what is likely the first player to attend 4 All-Star events in the same pre-draft process. He has already attended Hula, the American Bowl, was at the Shrine Bowl, played in the game 2 nights ago, and will now make the trip to Mobile for the Senior Bowl. Eric, I saw on the board people were talking about Jack Endry, saying, oh, he sat out the game, and you're like, no, he didn't. He literally caught a touchdown, and y'all started talking about that. Eric, this guy didn't play in the Texas Bowl. He didn't play in the Texas Bowl and has gone to 4 pre-draft showcases. And I don't even – they lost to Houston in the Texas Bowl.
Yeah.
You know, nuts. It's nuts. But
my quick take on that, and Nathan, yes, I do remember the video of Dak getting knocked out. Is that a second video? Because remember Dak get his ass whooped to Panama City. I didn't know he got knocked out in the parking lot. So if he got his ass kicked twice, that would say a lot about Dak. Nevertheless, there's my thoughts on that. Jordan, I don't know if you see it differently. I genuinely feel, unless you're a surefire first-round pick or like a fringe guy, like say a Trevor Gooseby had come out and it's like there's talk him being the first round, it probably makes more sense for you to play in the bowl game, right? Because you can just as easily get hurt in Shrine Bowl week practices or Senior Bowl week practices, right? So that's just my take. I don't know if you see it differently.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. And the guy that started all this was Jalen Smith. He would have been a top 3 pick and blew out his knee.
Right.
Cowboys picked him up, though, and everyone thought they were getting a steal, and then he eventually got hurt again. Yeah. And I know you brought this up, but there's also the Dak video on the beach. One of my buddies was actually there. It has his own video of that. That isn't the viral one, but all right. We're getting out of here. Up next, this week's episode of the Stampede podcast with Bob Ballou, Vince Young, and Mac Brown. Like I said, we're getting out of here. Gonna end the stream, but at 2 p.m., Chip Brown and Zay Collier will be back on it. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream from. And as a reminder, only 2.5 more days of Texas Sports Unfiltered. So tune in today, tomorrow, and Friday. We'll see you then. And hey, happy hump day.